the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors! The party's better with friends! And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host's win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Sports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Sports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, PE Sports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Sports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. PE Sports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Sports and the grand finals. PE Sports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Sports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu tháng trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như Blue giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là vô địch. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Sports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Sports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui đó. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Sports, your champions, victorious.
This is PE Sports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host's win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1-versus-1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1-versus-1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Sports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Sports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the winged beasts Team Falcons, PE Sports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Sports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn nghi ngờ về team Esports thì các bạn hãy theo dõi từ đầu mùa giải đến cuối mùa giải, bởi vì đôi khi cái sự nghi ngờ của các bạn lại là bất ngờ.
The Titan Slayer. PE Sports marches down the lower bracket and meets a familiar Titan. Buriram stands tall as the last hurdle between PE Sports and the Grand Finals. PE Sports redeemed themselves and destroyed the world champion Buriram and are one step closer to being named the 2026 FFCM champion.
PE Sports gets this win and they move to the grand finals.
Thi đấu khá trước một nhà vô địch thế giới như BDO giúp mình có động lực bắn với team tiếp theo là Falcon. Đến với trận chung kết lần này, tụi em đã biết được bài của đối thủ và giành chiến thắng trước họ.
Welcome to the grand finals.
PE Sports did the unthinkable and shot down the winged terror, Team Falcons.
2-0. One more game away from the very first major title.
The spirit of fresh blood paved the way to victory. PE Sports, the team that rose above the rest, the team that survived through the abyss and returned brightly victorious.
Cảm thấy rất là vui thật. Em cảm thấy rất là vui tại vì đây là sự nỗ lực của cả team tụi em cố gắng trong những ngày mới lập team đến hiện tại và giành chức vô địch của năm nay.
The slaughter is over. The throne is claimed. PE Sports, your champions, victorious.
This is PE Sports with Limit all alone in front of them, and it is the moment Vietnam finally gets it done. Your champions, your very first Clash Masters.
Hey, survivors! The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors, the party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes to weapon balance. Want to find the richest loot and hottest battles? During the parachuting phase, map areas are now color-coded by loot tier: gold, purple, and white. This makes it easier to plan your drop and take control right from the start. Ever finished a match and thought, wait, what just happened? That's where the new match review feature comes in. After a BR ranked match, or any time from your match history, you can now watch a full match review and track your team's movement path, eliminations, enemy positions, airdrops, loot interactions, and more. Your key moments will be highlighted, and you can even check the actions of a specific teammate. New animated filters are here. Style up your highlights with themes like 9th anniversary, rainy day, cherry blossom, and more. Next up, we've got some custom room updates. Winners of CS or Lone Wolf matches can now share a special victory results screen. There's also a new option to display the host win rate for that mode. You can now show your social media account on your personal profile. Find your social to let more players get to know you. Everyone ready? 3, 2, 1!
Welcome to the next level of Southeast Asian Clash Squad dominance. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters SEA 2026 Summer. Let's break down the battlefield. First up, the group stage. 8 teams split into 2 deadly groups of 4. Every squad plays a single round robin in a strict best-of-3 format. Victory gives you 3 points. A loss leaves you with absolutely nothing. Once the dust settles, the rankings lock. The top 2 squads from each group punch their tickets straight to the high-stakes upper bracket. And if the teams are locked in a dead tie on points, the tiebreakers are brutal. We look at head-to-head results first, then total map differential, total map wins, and finally, total round differential. Only the best numbers move forward. Finish 3rd or 4th? You drop directly to the lower bracket, where one single slip-up means you are eliminated from the tournament. Except for the massive best-of-5 bracket finals and the grand finals, every playoff match is a merciless best-of-3 war. And how do they choose where they play? In the semi and grand finals, map priority isn't decided by a simple coin flip. It's forged in blood. Before the match starts, each team sends out their absolute best mechanical specialist for a high-stakes 1 versus 1 lone wolf duel. Win the duel, and you control the map pick order for the entire series. Get ready for a lot of intense 1 versus 1 in a BO9 match. Once the map is set, the ultimate mind game begins. The active skill ban pick. Using the official Global Finals draft tool, teams will systematically ban out dominant active skills and alternate picks. No more running the same meta combos every single round. And if you lose game 1, don't sweat it. From game 2 onwards, the losing team gets the massive advantage of banning and picking first. Adapt, counter, and outsmart, or watch your championship dreams burn to ash. 8 elite rosters, new mechanics, unrivaled chaos. Who will conquer the new era and cement their legacy? Find out live. Squad up, drop in, and get ready to master the clash.
Double kill.
One team rose above the rest. One team survived through the abyss of the lower bracket. Young blood, raw ambition. A 75% rookie roster for FFCM 2026. PE Sports brings 3 rising stars to the fight, ready to turn FFCM 2026 into their playground. They begin their journey strong, winning against Heavy and EVOS. They gave Buriram a fierce fight and chipped the King's armor even though they lost. But the message has been sent to the world. PE Sports is here to win. After suffering a defeat against the Winged Beasts Team Falcons, PE Sports was sent to the abyss of the lower bracket. Amongst the foes stood one monster of a team, the former champions of CS, Team AG. PE Sports fell down the Monster AG and sealed their title as the Titan Slayer.
Nếu các bạn countdown to the finals has begun, and 2 teams have already fallen victim to the pressure. Expect absolute chaos today as the survivors push past their limits to avoid the same fate.
Match 1 brings us a collision course of pure champion spirit. The explosive firepower of Buriram United Esports goes toe-to-toe with the ruthless powerhouse GamxPE. Two absolute juggernauts, one defining victory.
สำหรับผมก็ไม่ได้มองทีมผมได้เปรียบครับก็เท่ากันครับอยู่ที่ว่าวันไหนใครทำได้ดีกว่ากันแค่นั้น
Theo em trong trận chiến Thái Lan là đội có phong độ ổn định nhưng mà chỉ cần chúng ta bùng nổ có thể ăn được Thái Lan.
Get ready for a total clash of styles. The unpredictable, high-octane aggression of Secret WAG is locking horns with the world-class composure of EVOS Divine. It's pure chaos meeting pure legacy. Only one walks out alive.
Kalau buat ke WAG sih karena dia habis juara ya, kita nggak bisa semena-mena dong. Yang paling gue waspadain sih dari ininya sih, tekuinya sih, yang lagi jago-jagoin juga sih.
EVOS thì em thấy Ray là một đối thủ khá là khó chơi. Ray có thể bẻ góc và bắt bích người, bắt tay tẻ team em.
The victors of Match 1 and Match 2 will move one step closer to the ultimate prize, colliding in a blockbuster lower bracket semifinal matchup. For two of these squads, it's the last chance to grab the last ticket to the finals day. Only two will keep their dreams alive and make it to the grand finals. Tune in to see which of these teams will continue their march to victory and who will get sent home.
Good afternoon, survivors. Welcome to Free Fire Clash Master 2026. It's the summer season, and today is Elimination Day again, with 4 teams with their tournament lives on the line. And unfortunately, 2 of them will wave goodbye to this journey here in the Clash Master. My name is Husky, and I'm joined once more by Neptune to bring you guys the action of 3 upcoming fantastic best of 3s.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen right now. Some of this are part 2 of their previous matchup, some of which might be devastating as well when we look at them on these rosters. But I'm really looking forward to how the adjustment would be, because coming from group stage, when they met each other, or even on the elimination stage, it seems like some of the teams, or most of the teams, have already made those adjustments, made those corrections, and none of them are be trolling anymore. So this is where it really matters, because as you did mention, this is elimination stage. Teams will be eliminated out of this competition.
Yeah, and some of the names that we've expected to make it to the first phase are right now here where they are. You know, we said that AGL has a good chance at the upper bracket. They're actually sitting there with RQ Kazu, which is, again, one of the more impressive performances by the Indonesian Titans. But we also have BRU who are in that lower bracket run. PE Sports, again, a rematch from Season 1 where BRU is one of the teams that they had to go through to lift that trophy. Argon and Y, they put up a good fight against EVOS Divine, but this time EVOS Divine survived Stage 1. Now they got to face off against WAG.
Yeah, I mean, really expecting a few more of those adjustments, those corrections, especially for both BRU and GamxPE, because so far from Buriram United Esports, they were in a trolling run with some of those active skills that they put into the table right now, but it did work towards the end before we step into the elimination stage. But let's see, though, how the teams are going to play out those maps, because we have 4 in a roster, and it's depending on luck right now who is going to get to pick the first game. And the ones who will be losing those point flip would be taking the second place or second game, and then it goes back to the winners for that game number 3. So 2 advantage for those who will be taking that game number 1. And I think when it comes to map, there are only a few instances wherein we can call it the advantage. It's more of how they play those drafts as well.
Yeah, a lot of these, at least the recent matches, the closer ones, we thought that, like Team A has an advantage on this map, which they theoretically should have, but then they lose on their map pick, right? It has happened plenty of times. So I think now a lot of things are out the window. Teams have basically adapted and caught up to what everyone else is doing. But for those who are not kept up with the bracket just yet, here's an updated version of what has transpired so far. We are on day 2 of elimination, which means that we've already cut down the teams from 8 to 6. We wave goodbye to Team Flash and Argon NY. Yesterday, AGL and RQ, they get to take a break and face off again tomorrow. But for teams like Buriram United Esports, GamxPE, EVOS Divine, and Secret WAG, the journey continues today. They have to keep on fighting.
Yeah, the winners of the losers of the first set that we have will be eliminated, and the winners will be going against each other before we find out who's going to step in on to the next day. So there's just a lot of at risk at this point. And for some, I think they will have more motivation right now. For a few, there's still a few more changes that can be done. Now, let's see though on how the teams is going to I also play it out, because from what we've seen and what we heard from yesterday, especially for Brim United, Jonah did play with Turna. It's because Moshi is not available. So we still don't know if Moshi will be playing for today, and would that throw off their strategy? Because as Jonah mentioned, they're aiming for a 2-0 if Moshi is in play.
Yeah, and that is, I think, something that, if you are GamxPE, you could call it an advantage, you can call it a curveball, but PE, they have beaten BRU at their best, and right now I think even when we look at BRU's performance yesterday, they did and ended up getting a 2-0 over Team Flash. So it's safe to say that the whole conversation about Turna getting more play time and having more than enough practice with the team is starting to play through, right? We've got to see 3 different versions of BRU, and we expect nothing less from them today.
Well, let's see now. I mean, I'm really looking forward to how the teams is going to play it out right now, especially for GamxPE. I mean, this is the run that we're in. They made it on to that grand finals and became the champion, the lower bracket run. But for Brim United, this is also where they failed from previous season. So judging from the previous competition, GamxPE has a better potential. But based on how we saw them from the previous time we faced against each other, that was a 2-1 on the scoreline. So let's see though if which one will be true. And from both the side, based on the prediction, we are gearing for Brim United. Yeah.
I think this time they look better than last time.
I think we're having some technical issues on side of Husky right now on the microphone. But again, as Husky's mentioned, this is about time where we are going to hear more of, or we're going to see more of Brim United taking the reins against GamxPE. So let's see though if this is something that we might expect or probably can be flipped right here, Husky.
Yeah, I think, for BRU, I feel like today they have what it takes to take the lead, but it's a very, very, very fine margin, right? I'm looking at like a 55-45. At the end of the day, PE Esports, they are the defending champions for a reason, and it's just pretty unfortunate that they have to face off at this point of time. Is one of the toughest predictions that we had to make. But regardless, I think if PE Esports can overcome BRU today, it is going to be another, morale boost, right? Because BRU, it's not the first time that they bow out this early into a competition, but it's definitely something that the fans of BRU want to see them bounce back from.
Well, let's see though, speaking of BRU, this lineup right now, starting lineup. So I guess we won't be having Moshi in play right now. So it's Get High, Jonah, Wasana, and Turna. And we've seen them play from yesterday, and it was quite phenomenal. Jonah is trying his best to replace the position of Jonah in terms of that sniper, but there's still a few adjustments that needs to be done, especially with the roster change that they have. And this mishap that's happened with the roster right now, not having Moshi, is one that they need to deal with real quick. And hopefully they practice real well after the matches yesterday, because there's still a few more of those chemistry that needs to be worked in at this point. But speaking of chemistry, GamxPE, this is a team that has built that chemistry from the previous season up until this one. And LBT, Zaref, Wangshi, and Sichuan will be starting off with this game.
Yep. So it is confirmed that we won't have Moshi on BRU's side today, which is going to be, putting what Jonah mentioned to the test, right? Like they're looking for 2-0 with Moshi in the roster, but without Moshi, but what is it going to be? And then let's realize something, right? You remember, 2 days ago, I accidentally, one of my predictions was accidentally wrong, and then it became right. Let's realize that I actually voted for PE 2-1 instead of BRU 2-1. So, I'm going to stick with PE2. I'm going to stick with my original prediction. So unfortunately, we are going to be on opposing sides today. And let's see if, PE is going to make that dream run again.
Yeah, I do agree with you because being defending champions, PE does have advantage, and as well as from the previous game that they have, or previous games that they have, they had more points, they had more numbers that was brought into the table, and especially with what we have been mentioning, like the change of roster right now, starting lineup for the teams right now. So that might be the advantage, or probably a curveball that GamxPE will be facing right now. But looking at the top 3 highest damage player in this competition, we started off with Russia with 48,820 on the damage, followed by Zerep, who's currently playing right now, with 38,568, and Ray with 35,883. So just from this alone, GamxPE might have an advantage in terms of being the damage dealer.
I mean, we've even in the earlier stages of this summer season, we said that, you know, even in EVOS's more poor performing rounds, Russia has been really the one putting out the numbers, right? And this one really justifies it. But Zerif on the side of GamxPE has also been phenomenal with what he's putting up in terms of just how willing he is to kind of get into the front line and get these fights going. And in GamxPE, they already have a very established, I feel like, approach to the game, like LBT, for example, fantastic leader. And hey, I think, you know, the whole environment of GamxPE right now is just, they feel like they're at their best. They feel like they are unstoppable and they're feeling really confident. And sometimes that is sort of all you need to have the main ingredient to carry you to the next stage.
Yeah, and there's one thing. I'm looking at the numbers, the data right now, because we only have the top 3. And I'm looking for some of the players from Brim United. It's just unfortunate. When we rank them, Wasana is the 9th in terms of the damage dealer. So we know that he can bring in that number, but probably it's because of, I don't know, probably other players from Brim United is bringing in damage as well, or it's because they weren't that strong, especially in the group stage. So this is still based on consideration, this is favoring GamxPE. But let's see though, probably the maps would be favoring Brim United right now as we show where teams will be playing.
And we're going to start off for Esports taking Bermuda. Again, very much expected. We do have BRU going for Kalahari for map 2. And then if we go game 3, it's going to be Solara, again picked by GamxPE. So again, as much as we discussed earlier on that the map picks at one point matters, but I think right now we're looking at teams that really have caught up with each other. I still think Bermuda is going to favor PE slightly more, but the odds aren't as one-sided as it once were.
Let's see though. Let's see, there are a lot of changes that might be happening right here, especially in the first map that we have right now. And given that this is their pick, GamxPE might be confident right here. Let's also put in a few of those reference right now. Who is the best team in this map? So look at that. So Brim United is the top on this map. They're currently number 100% win rate. But GamxPE, I don't know, they might not have read that data just yet. Or probably they're expecting to bring this game onto the best map of Brim United. That's where they bring them down.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, right? Like, BRU only played 2 times on Bermuda because I think for a lot of their earlier encounters, Bermuda is always like map number 3 because teams just refuse to pick Bermuda first against them. And even for BRU themselves, they have been gravitating towards taking Kalahari for their map pick. So I think, in the grand scheme of things, it's still pretty, I would say, foreign to in terms of data because we know so less about them. I feel like we've seen them on Kalahari a lot more than we have on other maps. Of course, Team Flash, they're not here anymore. But for AJL, this one is more of a coin flip, right? Winning 2 out of the 4 Bermuda maps. But it also means that there's a higher chance that we play on that map if AJL is in play, which we will see tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this numbers would be deadly if that is maps, or if the performance of the team is map specific, especially in that upper bracket run. So it's just not looking good for some of the teams. But then again, we might be seeing a few of those changes coming from the squad right now. Let's start it off with a draft between Brim United and GamxPE right now. Which active skill are they going to ban? We start off with GamxPE with Steffi being taken out and Brim United taking out Ignis.
right off the bat, we get the Orion for the side of PE. Very straightforward. It shouldn't be much of a deviation from what we've already seen from these teams in terms of draft. We know that the Chrono is a big thing. Even Get High has it pre-selected. The Oscar being the character of choice. There's also the Zane and the Cassie, so it's either or. But it does seem like BRU have other plans. The Chrono could provide them a lot of extra, more utility, and that's exactly what they go for.
Yeah, I thought Wasana is going, or Get High is going to go exactly with that Dimitri. We've seen that work from before, but not that much of a chance for most of the teams. But on the other side, a more buffed up frontliner. Together with that Orion, we have Zane and LBT bringing in that Cassie. So aggressive pushes is expected out of the 3 picks that has been taken by GamxPE. And I don't know if the response would be from what we're seeing right now. I thought they're going to bring in that Tatsuya. So aggression against speed. That might be the case for the side of Bariram.
Yeah, and Tatsuya would be a very clear sign of GamxPE's offensive approach, but another way around it is that you take the Ignis for yourself, right? Like now that there is a Coda and a Santino on the side of BRU, if you want extra utility, the Ignis, wait a minute, Ignis banned out. The Nero, excuse me, is another alternative they can go for, or the A124, which has been a lot more prevalent in the earlier stages of the summer season, and it will go for the Nero indeed.
All right, so the Nero, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a Nero, especially with the nerf that it has received on that plushie. So the 150 HP plushie would easily be taken down. But once we talk about from before, once you trigger that plushie, that cryo mine, it can still serve as a distraction against the team. So the focus can be averted to the plushie first before, or as they move into a different part of the map. So I'm really interested in how this is going to work for the squad right now. It's quite different, but we're seeing the intention already for the squad, especially for the side of GamxPE. For Bariram United though, I mean, alternatively, they are going into a passive-aggressive approach because only Turna will have that speed and Get High will need to be with him just in case he needs a little bit of saving.
Even in previous series, right before the elimination stage, we saw BRU with Turna, and he was the one that sort of saved the team, right, in crucial moments. So now we're no longer looking at Wasana. At least we know that Turna is really stepping up to the occasion, and they need it ever more so now that they're coming in and they are seemingly stacked against them with the absence of Moshi. We're going to hop into game number 1, PE Esports against BRU. I think they're right at the corner there. It's already a big scuffle. Sort of what we expected from PE. The Orion and the Cryo Mine instantly thrown out, and that's gonna be big disruption there. Huang Xi already taking out Turna, and unfortunately for BRU, they just can't really hold off against the flood of GamxPE, which was what we sort of saw coming from the get-go. It's just Captain Jonah left with 50 HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good right there, especially on the get-go. And it's just unfortunate that they head straight into the cover, and even with that time turner, Bariram United couldn't save themselves. So look at the position of GamxPE. With that connection of the basic therapy, it seems like they're tough to beat right now, and all they have to do is just play with that Orion as well, make sure that they will be fortified in front line. And even with knockdown, they didn't let go of that priority of trying to get on point and also find out where Jonah is. But now it's a switch side, and let's see though if Bariram United can get a point away from GamxPE.
And I think now for BRU, let's see, because they did have to deal with the Cryo Mine, which served as a big boon for PE to really get the firepower off of the crucial members. And it's the same thing again, right? You throw in the Cryo Mine, the plushie distracts BRU for a while, but round 2 Esports, they do have superior weapons, so this is more or less expected. Will be a sweep. And Jonah again left as his crewmen all fall 1 by 1. It should be a clean round. GamxPE up 2-0.
Oh, well, 2-0 right now. And most of the threshold that we have, especially for a comeback, mostly happens after the third round. So hopefully this is not what Brim United has been waiting for, the third round, because that's where, even if they're losing, that's where they have a little bit more economy on their side. But I think based on what we're seeing the first two games or first two rounds out here from Brim United, that toll that missing out Moshi in this game is already eating at them, and this forces them to buy the Thompson. And Thompson is one of the most picked weapon in Clash Masters right now. And hopefully they'll be able to capitalize on this. Otherwise, that would be a waste of economy.
With the increased price of the AWM, making it a lot more painful to invest, especially when you lose the round. And the utility throw now, Turner is already down to a 40% health. Another great cryo mine to force Get High out of his dome, and just to get sliced down. Turner can't really cover too much for his teammate, as the smoke providing great cover. But Jonah was able to get the spray down, and that should be the angle to turn around. Captain Jonah saving his teammates in times of need.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Thompson really is making good work on them after missing out on a few points earlier. But Get High being hack and slash, and little chance for him to be picked up. But it's a good thing that recovery is being done, and they timed as the Brim United time those pickups to be done before they make the approach. But now even GamxPE is bringing in their own Thompsons right now, so it will be deadly. But look at Get High with a level 3 MP4, so up close and personal, it will still be deadly, and also can switch in the mid line. So if they will be buying on the patience of GamxPE right now, and we're seeing an N1 gameplay right here take on that rooftop. What a boost, and now they have Overwatch.
Yeah, and it's something that GamxPE has been showing time and time again. You sacrifice, you invest a bit of extra glue wall, you sacrifice the future defensive capabilities, but you get yourself in such a good position. And these are the kind of control that's been allowing PE Sports to win crucial rounds. But you gotta pay off though, because Jonah just found Huang Shi, and that's gonna bring the number down to a 3v4. The Santino keeping Jonah alive and around the map. PE Sports just do not know where to look. And Wasana gets another free pick off on the LBT.
Let's see now, Seraph still alive and kicking. Now let's see if they'll be able to bring him down. He gets up close and personal with a Thompson, but they ran away. And there goes the turnaround being brought in by Brim United. Scoreline right now is equalized 2-on-2. And this is what we're talking about. Even Jonah understood how well that Santino is being played, because he put in that shape splitter on top. If in case he fails or he gets in trouble, he can quickly trigger that, and he will be in a safe spot on that roof. But now it's getting fiery because we're seeing all reds on equipment right now.
In terms of damage dealt, Huangshi and C2 still looking to get a bit more contribution in. We will be heading into Clock Tower, so some crucial structures to work with. PE Sports getting to call dips on that building. They're going to use that smoke grenade to get to the cyber point and really cut off line of sight, but Get High, he has the sight ready. And you know that he's ready to go in for some damage. Zareb will check the proximity, the perimeter with the Crimson Crush, and I think might have pinged out Get High. So good intel gathering there from GamxPE. Wasana and Jonah around the corner as PE takes over the building.
Let's see now, PE is on the building, but they slowly are jumping away. They might be in the open in a bit, and there goes a couple of takedowns being done by Brim United. Now, what they have to do is take all the angles, and LBT will be left behind. And only one casualty for side of Brim United, and this is what we're talking. They are in row right now. 3 consecutive rounds, they're winning their gunfights, and that is because of their force buy on those Thompsons, as well as their positional advantage.
Not only that, but PE Sports deciding that they took control of the entire compound, but unfortunately, right after that, they made the call to just full-on commit to the fight. I felt like they probably didn't need to do that, because in the process of doing that, they got backstabbed by, I believe, Perna or Wasana in the compound itself. They're still going to be on the same area this time, just switching sides, so we'll see if PE makes any sort of adjustments, because BRU, they're more than ready to take these fights. UAV sent out already. Immediately making contact. That's going to be glue wall out, but the Ice Grenade gets some decent chip onto the GamxPE members. And it seems like for the second time in a row, they're going to try and take on BRU right at their doorstep.
Oh, let's see now. It's now Huang Shi being taken out. it's still the same play that Buriram United is trying to play with. Zeref right now with a Twin Crush, but unfortunately wasn't able to go in for a takedown, but that gave LBT a time to get an angle, and Jonah, last guy remaining, and he managed to get a point right now. You can see this disappointment from the face of Wasana after that loss.
That's gonna be frustrating. LBT with the M590, the getting basically an ace this game, especially the second shot. Look at this, from mid-range, he one-shots Wasana, and that forces BRU to go into defensive mode. But sadly, Zeref has the Crimson Crush, so he just goes in and disrupts any sort of a pickup, allowing LBT to clean up house. And again, we talk about LBT and Zeref being the spearhead for GamxPE. They are side by side in terms of damage dealt, closing to 3,000.
Well, I'm really looking forward to more coming from that combination. And Zeref is one deadly guy. And as we saw earlier, like Zeref is the key factor that bought more time for LBT to make that rotation. But let's see, Turna being damaged. Wang Shi being taken down by Turna with a valiant dash. But unfortunately, Zeref as well as Sichuan already on point. And Buriram United only left with 2. A pickup when be done. It might be on a 2v4 situation, but Jonah already triggered that shape splitter and repositions already to take a shot, but unfortunately no takedown just yet. And LBT is getting an angle. Great boost on the jump, and Wasana almost in trouble. It didn't get out.
They lost get high so early on too, so this is pretty even. And right as I say that, Zeref makes it uneven. Another round win for GamxPE. But this opening slightly dicey there. Huangxi getting tapped by Turna, but Turna couldn't get the finisher here. And that actually bought precious time for GamxPE to not just eliminate Get High, but forces Jonah to commit to a revival and then having to use a shape splitter to reposition. But unfortunately, that also allowed GamxPE to just, reconvene with one another, right? They kind of find their footing in that round.
Yeah, and let's see though. Now on round number 8, no cyber points to get, and GamxPE can position themselves quite well to be able to find wherever Buriram United is. Ice grenade on that rooftop. They anticipated where they were coming from, and now they're going for the boost. So it's 2 on 3 right now on the rooftop. And will they be falling down? LBT goes down from hands off, Get High, but Sichuan managed to deal with Turna. Wasana is trapped. Jonah giving the back up, but that glue wall is still fortified, and PE managed to get a jump on Get High. Now it's a 3v2 situation, and the sniper and the rusher is in an unfortunate situation right now, because especially for Jonah, doesn't have the weapon to deal with this. Good thing he managed to grab an M1887, but they don't have the man advantage.
Yeah, great stuff. The narrow plushie again disrupting the defenses of BRU, and they find the isolated Get High, who is trying to look at the flank with a double drop down. So with a man advantage, GamxPE should have this round in the bag. They have the weaponry. Zeref even has a frag grenade in his hands, plus the Crimson Crush whenever needed. I think they know Wasana is too. Again, same modus operandi. They're trying to go for those isolated fights. Flush Wasana out. There's the plushie again. Wasana forced to take a 1v2. Good bait and switch from both Zeref and Huangxi. And now it's just Jonah left.
Yeah, Jonah on a 1v3 situation. It's rare we see him on a clutch, especially with the role that's taken right now. But the weapon that he's using can be, or might be possible, especially if he can time that shape splitter. But unfortunately, how can you time it if your opponents are rushing to you head on with a 3-man strong player? And this is getting tough right now. It's match point already for GamxPE.
Yeah, it's so it gets pretty dicey for BRU right now. 2 rounds in a row, GamxPE basically outwitted them, outsmart in every direction with just these mid to late game executions. We talk about the utility, the advantage that the narrow plushie can provide, and they have used it to perfection to sow chaos, and on top of that, really disrupts BRU's setup. Now let's see if BRU can kind of makes fine adjustments to that, right? Like clumping together isn't really the way anymore. They're trying to chip away GamxPE's health with the utility. Super Bonfire on both sides. This is going to be a 2v2, but again, the narrow plush in, and it's instant chaos. BRU needs to win the gunfight, and Turna able to do it.
Well, Turna managed to turn the tables right now, but Wang Shi might be picked up, but Wasana taking a little bit of time. Now, LBT, little no chance for a rush right now. Get High has been taken down because of Overwatch coming from GamxPE, but the rest of the squad, the Brim, is far away. So LBT is also guarding the door just in case someone gets near, and Seraph is trying to recover to face off the two players that is with him. And LBT will be taken down. It's left to the combination of Sichuan and Seraph, and it looked like a switch of a flip of script, similar to what we've seen earlier. A sniper and rusher for the side of GamxPE. This time dealing with 3 against Bariram.
Turna once more in times of desperation, he steps up. He's the reason now they have a man advantage, but the health doesn't look too good. Zero actually getting a trip damage in, a repick, and C12 from long range. The support much needed from GamxPE to turn the ties against the young blood of BRU. He has done all the heavy lifting, and now he is the only one left to shoulder the weight of this game.
Oh, it's just unfortunate. I mean, that's a 2v3 situation favoring Brim United, but it was flipped that quickly. Sichuan right now goes for the angle. Zeref deadly on that Crimson Crush, and GamxPE grabs the first map in this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they let the boss sit. BRU found a solution, but it was temporarily, to say the least. GamxPE, again, the adaptation, that narrow. Despite the nerf, despite the fact that he's not as popular as he was back then in spring, the impact that GamxPE were able to find with it to get these setups going is just impeccable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, probably that narrow, because it hasn't been used that for quite a while right now. I think that was the first time we've seen it in Clash Masters for the season. It threw off the gameplay of Brim United, and they know that it's a nerf. They understood that. But from the past, before the nerf, they also probably subconsciously felt that can still bring a lot of damage. But from what we've said, it was just a distraction. And it doesn't bring in that much. Even Wasana was tagged up with that cryo mine and didn't hurt him a bit. But that probably that sound, the sound cue that it gives when you are tagged, distracted Brim United. And that's where GamxPE took advantage.
Yeah, a lot of times it was less about how much the cryo mine can do in terms of damage or if the glue walls can be prevented, and more of when the cryo mine comes out, BRU are forced to scatter, right? They don't have the space to dedicate resources to even take out the plushie, and that split second was all GamxPE needed to punish BRU, and they kept doing it over and over and over again. We look at the highlight reel. GamxPE, they got off to a great start. BRU found the equalizer, but then GamxPE, they found some adjustments, and then they never looked back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just as if Brim United could have found that jive already, that groove to be able to come back after that pistol round. A couple of rounds after a pistol round as well. But again, it's more of how GamxPE has made an adjustment. It has been happening all throughout. Even if they are on the lower bracket right now, we've seen great lengths being done by GamxPE so that they will not make mistakes or even outwit their opponents. And from then on, like the moment that they made a comeback, understood that the high ground will be prioritized by Jonah. They just isolated everyone else, leaving mostly Jonah and one player behind for Brim United. So if you show that pattern, I think GamxPE is looking for those patterns. If you show that pattern, that's they're taking advantage of that and using it against you.
Yeah, then the later stages of Game 1 really show a lot of what GamxPE is about, right? Even this final round where Turner really stepped up and he was able to basically outdo the setup of GamxPE just with sheer firepower. And afterwards, you thought that maybe BRU has a chance. And then this comes up from Zero, the tag team from him and Sichuan that completely shatters whatever winning chance BRU has before finally cleaning things up in a poetic manner by taking out Turner at last. And BRU one game away from elimination. And PE Esports, I mean, looking so good. They've been looking great the entire tournament. And looks like it's going to continue to be the trend.
Yeah. I mean, I do agree. I mean, especially with Zeref will be in the front line right now. So I don't know what would be the plan on the next map. Whether they take out that Orion or still away from them. But it's rare that we see Brave United use that Crimson Crush in this fight. Much better. If they use it, it's GamxPE, we are using it much better. And not only that, there's a lot of options for Zeref right now to use in the active skill department to be able to outsmart Buriram United right now. 9 elimination, 5,740 on the damage, and that would increase the number for Zeref right here. But looking at Buriram United, it did show that they have that potential. But what we didn't see is Terna being the damage dealer. He is the one ending most of those knockdowns, but not so much of dealing a damage and helping the squad.
And the two players that we highlighted from the very start, Zeref and LBT, they came out massive this game. 9 eliminations each, and just doing a great job. Like Zeref, I think this entire game, out-dueling almost everyone for BRU. His usage of the Orion was great as well. And generally, his main role is the rusher. He's the one that takes first contact. But the way he sets things up for the rest of his team also, deserves some praise. He truly understands his role. Sometimes it's not just about gunfire, it's about being able to set up with that Crimson Crush. And look at the total damage dealt, man. Zeref clocking in almost 6,000.
Speaking of damage, that might bring him a little bit higher in the ranking when we rank everyone in damage. If I'm not mistaken, Zeref is currently second place on the total damage department. And another thing out of GamxPE is everyone from the squad, or I would say everyone other than Nero, who hasn't been playing just yet, is part of the top 10 when ranked on total damage. So that is the threat that everyone needs to look out for when they're facing against GamxPE. And even elimination, I mean, it's the same story. Total elimination ranking, all players from GamxPE is in the top 10. And that brings Brim United in a very disadvantage when we look at it in paper, and even that game shows that they're not showing up that strong in this fight when they're dealing against GamxPE. So hopefully, Brim United will find a fix in that, because we don't want them to go out on a 2-0.
Yeah, and I think even if they end up losing, we want to see them lose at least in the blaze of glory, right? And put up a good fight against the GamxPE, really make them work for it. But unfortunately, game one, it seemed like there were some hope at the very beginning, but GamxPE, again, the adjustments is pretty good. Like that Nero's impact is a lot more than I think what BRU anticipated. So I wonder if that game 2 draft is going to change, right? Especially in terms of the ban department, because we saw both Ignis and Steffi getting banned out respectively. But if without that, GamxPE still has Nero in their back pockets, I think BRU, they might be looking to try to get the Orion for themselves.
Yeah, let's see though. But Orion is not part of the top 3 most picked by Brim United. Is mostly going to GamxPE. The top 3 that they have, it's either a Chrono or an Oscar and a Santino, especially if either Moshi or Jonah will be playing, and we've seen that earlier as well. So I don't know if they can steal it away. The best option for side of Buriram is to ban out that Orion and probably pick that Ignis, so that double down, they will be denying that from GamxPE.
And for BRU, this is potentially the last lifeline. Let's see if they can make that comeback. Again, we did have to call back to what they talk about, right? If it's the 2-0, if it's Moshi is able to participate today, then they're looking at a 2-0. But again, let's put that to the test. Is it how is that difference really that big, right? I think even in the comments, a lot of the BRU fans felt like, okay, Moshi isn't fielded today, we might not have a good chance. And so far, they are unfortunately right.
Well, let's see though. If I need to correct myself as well with that Orion pick. If Terna will be able to get that Orion, just looking at the previous game they have, it was very close, 6-5 favoring Buriram United, but they managed to win it against GamxPE. So with this draft that we have right now, this might be something that they can get their advantage, but I do agree. Last time they played, Moshi was part of the mix, and Jonah is still adjustment to this new roster. But hopefully Jonah will be stepping it up, because Kalahari is where he is needed most if he is standing in as a sniper squad. And it's a good thing as well this is a pick, so I guess they have a plan already once they step in this map.
Yeah, and this again, we've seen BRU, the tendencies, they gravitate towards the Kalahari pick a lot more than Bermuda. And again, it's a fair assessment. PE Esports, they looked almost flawless on that map, and they did win the map pick. So for Kalahari, I think the Santino is going to be a very big pick, but we've also seen Wasana run the Morse on this map, so perhaps that is sort of the secret ingredient that they can use to win this. But they ban out Orion instead. They take the Zane and Chrono, and that means Morse goes over to PE.
Yeah, well, Morse will be taken by Wanshi right now, but they still have that Santino that they can take for themselves. So Jonah will be picking that for himself, and Wasana still Nakoda. So Wasana, though, I mean, I don't think he is that much effective in a Nakoda comparing how he played, how Jonah is using that Coda. Because in Jonah's side, most of the time, he used that Aurora Vision to find an angle and lob those grenades. But for Wasana, he can get information, but he's not quick enough on the reposition to get all those shots in. So I think if given a chance, they need some speed. They could have taken a Tatsuya. Even if it's out of meta, at least Wasana will be in his comfort zone.
Again, the Nero comes out once more. This time they don't have the Orion on the side of GamxPE to sort of, buy time for themselves, but they do have the Morse, which can cause a lot of headaches. Especially, I think BRU should know this, because they did the same thing with the Morse. That really throws you into confusion, especially when you don't know where the enemy is. On a map like Kalahari, where there's so much open area, information is key. So we'll see how BRU deals with this.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we're still seeing that Cassie, and I think from the earlier game, we didn't point it out that much, but that's at some point an underrated active skill is being brought to the table. Because if we look at who's always on a headliner when it comes to the numbers, it's not the one who's using the Cassie. But you did point out earlier how quick LBT was repositioning if Zeref was in trouble, and with that connection together with a Crimson Crush, it was deadly already. But now they don't have that Orion. Even with a Valiant Dash, they will still be able to use it, so they know exactly who will be in the front lines right here. Midline would either be that Nero or that Morse, but a combination, a potential dual sniper setup or dual long range setup might be seen out of GamxPE.
Right off the bat, at Refinery as the opening area, Wasana getting completely rushed. Was able to outdo LBT, trying to convert to a second one, but Zerb and Huangshi working together to find more. C1 finally goes down, but damage has been dealt again. It's Jonah against Huangshi. And the 1v1 for the reposition is great. And Jonah saves his team in round 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's an old switcheroo, and Jonah is just on point there, leaving that shape splitter on one side, and then he repositioned on the other side to take down Zeref. And given those shots against him, he just goes for the backstab, and that looks like a 1v2 clutch, but that was a 2v2 clutch, and Jonah was playing in two places.
Yeah. Just, again, good utilization of that Santino. Bit of a very raw gunfight overall. I mean, GamxPE, they did take the fight straight to BRU. See, I mean, they always have the advantage of the basic therapy. And Wasana just pops Huangshi from long range.
Oh, well, let's see now. Huangshi, no chance of being picked up. And great angle. Not so great of a weapon, but this is what they have to deal with right now. It's Zeref already in the front lines. They do have hold on that airdrop, but their Boreo United is just playing with the patience of GamxPE. And this is one thing that Boreo United can capitalize on, because GamxPE has that signature of not staying still. But I'm quite surprised. It's already a few seconds, and it's getting too close to the 30-second mark already before this game ends, and no one is carelessly moving away.
I'm surprised at how slow this has devolved to. I guess without the Morse, it is harder for GamxPE to go and explore the map. The rest of the team will be relying on Zeref. Try and find a breakthrough with this Valiant dash. Only 2 more glue walls remain on both ends.
Oh. See? Still, the waiting game is killing me, and here comes the shrink of the circle. Now, who will be forced right here? 3 seconds before the shift happened, and the stack on LBT might be favored by the zone, but look at Turna. The movement right here to go in and probably go and take an angle, but Turna is taking the front lines. Zeref not caught just yet. LBT and that cryo mine distraction forces everyone out, but a backstab coming from Jonah, and that might be the savior of Baram United. Brings it to 2v2, and Turna and Jonah just dealt with it. Another point goes to Baram United Esports.
Almost a turnaround there for PE Esports. They actually got 2 knockdowns back to back. I believe it was Zeref that was able to do that. No, it's C2 and Zeref. But again, they were outnumbered, and I think they had to reload as well. So BRU took advantage of that tiny opening given to them, closer than they would have liked. Now, bigger weaponry is coming through for both ends. The Mag 10, the VSS, Mag 7 now out for PE Esports. See, Huang Xi wasn't part of the previous round, as he was immediately picked up by Wasana when the round started. Let's see if, what impact does he have? The usage of the Morse.
Oh, well, let's see now. Baram United understood that they will be heading for that airdrop for the cyber points, but unfortunately Get High has been taken down. Turna might be able to go for the pickup, but C2 needs to be dealt with a sliver of health. Managed to get away, and shots coming from afar from Jonah. And here comes the pickup. Wasana will be able to save the day, but GamxPE already has taken that cyber point. But the game goes to Baram United. So that's 3-0 on the lineup right now. And BRU, they understood the assignment. Just lure them into the airdrop and get higher position. And that's where they beat them down.
And so far, PE Sports, they haven't found anything just yet. 0 eliminations across the board. Just couldn't get the job done. No matter how hard they try, BRU coming online. That's exactly what we talked about. Kalahari is one of their more favorite maps, and they have been really killing it so far. Another attempt at Santa Catarina for PE Esports.
Well, let's see now. Switching side doesn't matter because on both sides of this map, still the same advantage can be taken. But Zeref already on high ground, not spotting anyone just yet. Reposition coming from Jonah. Will he be tagged up? Because he is in clear view of GamxPE. Even the one from above him can jump on him, but the rest of the squad of Baram United is just distracting GamxPE so that they will not get the attention, or they will not be in attention of Jonah right now. But Zeref with that jump with the back 10. Now let's see how they're going to fight this out.
Jonah was able to get an instant trade back with VSS from long range, but they did lose Turna though. LBT down, but Get High, C2 instantly with the exchange there, 2v1, and finally, PE Sports finds some signs of life on the hands of Zeref's Mac 10.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. We've seen Jonah in their run towards the outside of that shipwreck. And most of the time, and this is known for all survivors out there, for you to run faster, you keep your guns. You put that in a holster, and then you can run faster. But in that situation where he's out in the open and opponents will be in you, it's better to have your guns up so that you're ready to fire. And that was a mistake that could have potentially give him a few more chances, but going solo from Jonah is also not a factor wherein they can win. It's rare that we see a clutch coming from the captain.
Yeah. So a couple of utilities thrown out. Turna not even given a chance to respond. Valiant dash up from Zeref. He dropped the dome. A 2v2 LBT marches in. They try to break through the front line, and Turna does not stand a chance. They didn't even have the help out to begin with. LBT on Get High too. Jonas long-range support fire alongside Wasana. Didn't really matter too much because of the basic therapy from the side of GamxPE, and Wasana, fortunately now, it's his turn in the 1v4.
Let's see now, Osana doesn't have the weapon for this 1v4. He does have probably a shotgun or a better SMG, because that a BSS, it's good on the mid-range. It's good, it has a good fire rate, but if you're going to go in for those hip fires, it doesn't look good with that weapon, and that probably is known by Wasana. Thus, he put himself in a corner trying to get an angle, but GamxPE was just on his toes, and now they're catching up with the lead that Korea United has taken. And even the angle is being taken by Wasana right now. That VSS couldn't be brought into those CQCs, and hopefully he chooses a Mac 10, because I think that's where he can get an advantage.
2 rounds in a row for GamxPE. It feels like we have seen this story before from the previous game, where BRU, they able to find a 3-point, get themselves halfway there, and then GamxPE flips the switch, gets a light bulb moment, and immediately adapts to the playstyle of BRU. Get the Winchester now from Wasana. It's going to be great on a map like Kalahari. Double VSSs, triple VSSs for PE Sports. Contact made, Jonah dangerously low, support from behind, get high with the rush, and Jonah able to capitalize on that moment.
Yeah, we thought Jonah was already being taken down. If it wasn't for the blue wall, he will have been knocked down already. But he bought a lot of time for Get High and Turna to get in position. Zaref missing that grenade, but Riptide Rhythm coming from the other side. See, doesn't capitalize, doesn't give them so much of an advantage. But Jonah might be caught off guard. Here comes Zaref already up close, but Turnout, Valen switch, and Zaref will be taken down. Siege1 right now trying to dance along against Starna, and Korea United is turning things around, and now they're back on their leading ways.
Alright, that one was slightly ambitious from Zaref, but more so from LBT. I guess they didn't expect 3 members of BRU to be around that corner, because LBT was completely caught off guard by a crossfire setup. And BRU just winning the game on numbers, keeping it simple. Pick up PE Sports 1 by 1. This one is a lot more closer than the previous one, than the previous game. PE Sports slightly careless in their execution here, but still salvageable at Bayfront.
Let's see. I mean, Jonah, like, he tried to play it off on a sniper, but it didn't work against GamxPE. Now, Wasana is trying to use that position, that role, and Jonah is just being the distraction, reeling them in. The bait and switch that we saw earlier, especially with the 3 or 2 frontliners going against GamxPE. Now, a 2v2 on the front line. Angles being taken by Korea United. Wasana on one side, Jonah on the other. But no takedown just yet. Finally, Turna managed to go in for a knock. And it was just a trade, but Wang Shi with a Winchester took them down. And Korea United, our player from one side, is far away for the pickup.
Yeah, and Wasana is doing a good job in keeping PE Sports pinned down. And this does extend the lifeline of his teammates. Turna will eventually bleed out. But Get High and Zaref both are still on the ground. Backup trying to come in. Huang Shi needs to win this. But it's Jonah with MP5 that comes out superior. Unfortunately, C-Tron has the Winchester in hand. The best in close quarter combat. 3v1. Not going to do it this time. BRU saved by the Prince himself.
Well, the dream is still alive for Korea United right now. And look at that. Even in minimap, you can see the ideation being done by Korea United. They put 2 on the front lines because they're trying to steal away those cyber points. But it's just unfortunate because of the knockdown that happened on Turna, as well as Get High. GamxPE still capitalize on that cyber point, but they don't have any save, anyone that can save them on the pickup, and that's where Wasana is known for. The quickness of his movement when needed, and I guess he made an adjustment already. I thought he will still be that slow even if he's using that coda, but Jonah right now, Wang Shi just passed through him, ignores Jonah, and tries to get position.
I think they saw him too. They're going to try and track him down. So this can make or break the round. Huang Shi is getting hunted down by Jonah, and Jonah knows exactly where he is. Even tags him with the ice grenade. Zaref able to take out Turna. So the longer Huang Shi can hold Jonah hostage, the better it is for the rest of PE. Now that they're in a 3v2, but it seems like they're going to try and back him out. Huang Shi wins the fight, and that's even better as they break down the blue wall and right on to Get High. GamxPE still in this.
Zito, Trogon in hands of Wasana. He did go for a knock against LBT, but it's not enough because dealing with 3 players, especially in that situation where zone's closing in, is a type even for Wasana himself. But I do agree. I mean, I like the read that you had in there. They pull in Jonah, take him as the hostage because you know that they like them or Jonah and Wasana in position might be a threat against those in front line. But they didn't get in the middle because there's no cyber point to deal with. So they go for the edges where Brilliant United might be taking that rotation. And that's when they put that play. So GamxPE is still in play, as you did mention. Now, huge rotation being taken by Wangshi right now to practically do the same thing that we did earlier.
Gotta do it 3 more rounds to win this and upset BRU. Can they do it though? Get high and turn out, having to reposition through the ice grenade. There is the basic therapy linked out across by I thought it would be taken by the rotation of LBT crossing the containers. Denied that angle, but still Zero with the drop down just like that. And now they get a 2v1. Such movements from the young gun. And they find 2 just like that. Wasana and Jonah cleaned up in the back streets. And GamxPE, 1 more round in the back and 2 more to go.
Look at that, the drop shot coming from LBT, distracting them, and then Zeref just took advantage with a Trogon. What a perfect move coming from these guys, LBT and Zverev. And again, with that basic therapy together with the speed coming from that Valiant Dash, potential of a takedown the glue walls as well, it seems like even inside Brave United, Turner and Get High's being caught off guard. If you can pull off that time turner, you still don't have that much of a capability to get away from it, to stay alive if their opponent is constantly healing up and does have that Valiant Dash. So this time, they're keeping their distance, making sure that they will not be caught off guard once again. But Wangshi already in rotation. But I think they know this play. And Wasana is going with Jonah right now to protect his captain.
I think Wangshi might have missed out the mannequin there. The shade splitter of Jonah. Doesn't matter though, it's gone now. But he does put himself at the doorway. We see that barricade and Wasana is right there and actually pops him from on top. And that's the risk you run with the Morse. A 3v4 for GamxPE. And this round just got way harder.
Well, let's see. Sichuan does have an angle, but no visuals just yet. And Bremina is just playing it to a T right now. Turner being tagged up. Now, he can recover. Get High will be in there for the regroup. But hopefully they don't rush into the middle. Despite of the zone closing in, they still have plenty of time, plenty of space to work with to regroup for Bremen United side, and Zeref can be caught off guard. If they can isolate Zeref, probably being lured in, similar to what we are seeing Jonah try to do, then that might be a chance that they have been waiting for. And what a flank coming from Jonah. He gets tagged up by Sichuan though. And there goes Cryomon to distract them. It's now a 3v3 situation. Even frontliners was pushed aside, but LBT goes down. Now Zeref and Sichuan tries to jump in. And Sichuan trying to keep his distance, but the zone's eating him alive. And this is it. Brim United grabs game number 2.
And this one was a bit of a mess from GamxPE. I mean, certain rounds that they've lost was because Wangshi got picked off too early as the Morse. And that's sort of like the minute risk that you run when you play this character. The 2 rounds that the crucial rounds that they lost, they had to play a 3v4. And I gotta say, you know, like even then, PE almost pulled it back from the brink. But that last fight, with Sichuan's efforts to make it even, unfortunately, LBT and Zeref, they couldn't really connect properly when the true battle began. And he gave VRU the man advantage. So we do go to game 3. We do go to Solara.
Yeah, I mean, Sichuan was played like Jonah earlier because they know the zone's closing in and he couldn't get that angle for long. Even if knockdown against Jonah, all they had to do right now is just build up some blue walls, isolate Zeref, as well as make sure that he goes down first, and then that's when they deal with the remaining players from GamxPE. So Bremen United, when we thought that GamxPE will be making a comeback, I think it would be happening right now. I think either way, as you did call it out, you're gearing towards GamxPE for a 2-1, and I am looking at the Borem United for a 2-1. So either one of us will be winning that prediction, but that would depend who will be taking a better approach on this final map in this series.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for GamxPE. They had something good going on for them, but just a couple of mistakes. But also, props to BRU, right? Again, we said that they play the Moors very often on Kalahari. They should know how to deal with it, and they dealt with it very, very well.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably it's Wang Shi just trying to do the same thing as we've seen him do in one of the area. Remember ignoring Jonah and then just getting in position. And the moment that Jonah spots him, even in the stealth bites, he just went in for a chase. So he might have been trying to do the same thing. But the only difference is on that final area of the map, there's not so much of cover. So there's little chance that he knows exactly where Jonah is, and the same as Wasana. And Wasana just double back, wait for a better position, and then everyone went on a standstill to outwit Wang Shi, and then that's where everyone just starts crumbling down for the side of GamxPE.
This small bump in the journey, we expected this to go the distance, just like last time, and now it's really just the final 11 rounds. You know, the final 45 to 60 minutes in this competition for one of these teams. And of course, for BRU, we didn't know that this is going to be a slightly harder battle, not that because they're not playing with the main lineup, but even then, when we needed Wasana and Term to step up, they did, and Jonah adjusting very, very well to the role as well.
Yeah, I agree. You mentioned about adjustment because Jonah was struggling for a little bit on the earlier parts of this round or of this match, wherein he was just playing the sniper. But since Wasana tried to pull off a Winchester as well, so he can play it on a CQC with that Mac 10 and then on the long range to support their captain, and that's where they the Jonah can lead with just giving the squad directions on what to do. And Wasana, another MVP for the guy, 9 elimination, 5,008 on the damage, and 13 on the assist. And I mentioned about the speed that Wasana needs. And with that Aurora Vision coming from that Coda, he also bring in that Kelly. So he does have that dash, and sprinting speed will be increased by a certain percentage. And this is one thing that he needs to do if he wants to move fast, especially in the pickup or reposition.
Even I think in the earlier rounds when we're still when the teams haven't gotten their bigger weapons yet, I mean, he was getting one tabs with the revolver, right? The M1917 of all weapons have the featured weapon here. When we look at the scoreboards itself, I think the numbers should give us a better sort of like indicator of how this match went. I'm surprised that C-Tron only got 2 eliminations. It felt like he got away more, but as usual, Zarev still the most consistent player on his team.
Yeah, I mean, judging from how GamxPE played this one, they're more frontline aggressive at this point. Even Kalahari is better used by the sniper. Sichuan was not taking advantage of that, but still, look at the assist that he had. He managed to deal a few of those HP, but the knockdowns was just not on point for him just yet. And it's more of both Jonah and Wasana. Them doubling up for the long range, and then Turna and Get High just buying time for them to get position or probably do the play really work for them. But I was worried in most cases with Turna and Get High because in so many chances they were being taken down early by GamxPE, and it seems like there was no resolution to that.
Yeah, it really feels like so, right? Like when we look at Wasana, we talk about how much he really stepped up this game. Look at that. He has 5 eliminations through headshots out of 9 of the eliminations that he has. That is insane. That is more than 50% headshot rate, headshot confirmation rate, right? 500 average damage per round. Truly, Wasana, coming online and stepping up and really giving his team a second chance.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, if you're faced with this, I guess a Winchester as well does help for him, because if you see how well Wasana was using that like an M1887 shotgun, it does gives him that comfort of moving around, like swinging and shooting. And then if in case needed for long range, then he is bringing that out as well, as I called for earlier there. He's helping Jonah in those reposition and those pinch with those long range. So Wasana is becoming not only the rusher of the squad, but can be the best all-rounder overall. Well, second to Jonah, because we know for a fact that Jonah is the first all-rounder of Borem United.
Yeah, and I think Wasana is also getting some very good reads on the movements of PEs, of GamxPE, right? Just overall, BRU understanding the plan of GamxPE and what they wanted to do. So it's something that, you know, I think GamxPE can keep the note heading into Solara, because if there's one thing BRU is good at, is that it's these cheeky angles, right? The way that they find these sneaky shots in, and that's what has been causing a lot of problems for Huangxi in Game 2. And even BRU opting to ban out the Orion, which was something that we did theorize in the earlier stages of the tournament, where certain teams are just going to ban Orion because it was too much. BRU went for it and it worked out.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the only question though is what would be the pick of GamxPE, because it seems like they could have gotten a better advantage if they didn't ban that Orion. It could have been taken by Turna, but there's always an opportunity for them to grab it afterwards if they know for a fact that there's like little prioritization on that Orion for side of Borem United. So that's the mind games that they're playing with right now. But as we look, it is the first pick from Borem United. So we'll have to see on how it played out with that draft later on. But either way, this is the last game for anyone out of these two teams, whether it's the defending champions or the ones who is expected to improve more and probably take over the reins. At this point, we'll have to find out though. But this is the same run that they have been from the past, from the previous season. So GamxPE might have an ace in the sleeve right now just to get this win.
I mean, both teams have sort of went through the similar pathway, right? Like in GamxPE to become spring champions, they had to go through the lower bracket run and beat all of the strongest teams. But for BRU to even qualify for summer, they also had to do a full lower bracket run. So this is not a foreign feeling for both sides, but of course the stakes are higher right now, and for both of these squads, they understand what's on the line. PE is another chance to redeem themselves and go on that run, and for BRU is just to survive and to get back to the point where they can prove that they are one of the best teams that we have ever since Clash Squad was a thing. BRU hasn't lifted a trophy just yet.
Well, let's see though. The draft right now, NPE, they banned Zane, but they gave away. So this answers my question earlier. Given the chance, Borem United really wants that Orion for themselves. No questions there. But look at that. That Ignis that was banned in the first game is being set up right now by either Jonah or Get High. So that's a pre-select from them. Not quite sure if it will be taken. Oh, there you go. Get High's already bring that to their side. Wasana right now, I think he's just playing us. They still would want to take either that Santino or his best pick, that Coda.
Yeah, they're going to lock at the Coda, so that means Santino should go over to the side of GamxPE. I'm slightly surprised that they are willing to let the Orion go to BRU, even though BRU has first pick. But they do get themselves the Santino this time, and the Cassie. So, overall, I think, at least for PE, you have a slightly more robust and more diverse approach lineup. So they do give out the narrow instead. So in terms of setting out, they don't really have as much utility to set up per se, but they do have a more solid front.
Let's see though. I mean, if Jonah sticks to this Tatsuya, it will be swapped with Wasana. A124 being brought in. So whatever that Valiant Dash, as well as the Time Turner, can bring to the table would be afforded by this A124. And I'm smelling something being cooked right now by Borem United. A better frontliner for the side of Turn and Get High. They can get there quick. And if in case needed, they have Jonah for the backup. But Jonah will need to be very close to the rest of the squad if he needs to reposition and use that thrill of battle. Otherwise, they can be caught off guard by Sichuan, who's using that Santino, and then prevent them from disabling those kills. So better approach might be to just head on in the front lines, Sichuan get his position, because he can always regroup with that shape splitter.
Yeah, we did say that the A124 could be a possible solution to a lineup like what PE has, right? And we said that maybe PE can consider that going up against BRU, but it's the complete opposite as we get ready to load onto Solara for the last game of this series. Winner proceeds through the lower bracket, loser packs up and goes home.
Well, let's see now in Solara. We started off in Aquarium, and that's two sides of this Aquarium that will be taken by both teams in this first two rounds. But off the bat, using that shape splitter to go with the squad as Guangxi, Sichuan tries to go for reposition, but there goes the Flame Mirage, as well as that Ryan by Turner, just damaged them dearly, and that's quick for them even before the shrink, and no one will be a casualty because Get High, despite being knocked down, will not be losing any of his weapons.
Yeah, I like the fact that the moment the shape splitter was used, BRU instantly destroys it to prevent any sort of a cheeky play from PE and forcing a very honest frontal 4v4, which BRU outgunned them.
Well, see, an Uzi being brought in by Get High, and they need this because, like, Aquarium is a place wherein you don't have that much angle, and Sichuan might be caught off guard. He's trying to use an AN94, but a God nade coming from Jonah off the bat brings down Seraph. Ice grenades being thrown, and here comes Guangxi being beat down. Turner switches once again to the Crimson Crush, and here comes Get High for the follow-up. Buriram United going for a speed run, and Sichuan AN94 trying to go for a clutch, but damage everyone. Jonah goes down, and Sichuan goes for that clutch.
The ace of the tournament so far. What a play from Sichuan on the Santino. First of all, while Sana rushes him, he repositions, takes him down, and the rest of his team loses out the fight against BRU. Look at the sequence, right? Sichuan getting isolated fights. A 4v1 turning into a 1v1v1v1. Sichuan basically playing a shooting gallery and winning every single one of them.
They barely needed that shape splitter in that situation. Like, he just knows the angle that it will be taken. When the glue wall has been popped off, he can make that rotation. He was just jumping and shooting. Now Seraph trying to take advantage of the speed, but Seraph also goes down. Will they be able to pick him up? LBT is trying to do so, but here comes the rest of Buriram United that can catch them off guard.
Yeah, Turner in the back line playing distraction as well. Did find a backstab with the Sichuan, but how much time can he buy? Turner eventually falls, and the rest of BRU not able to provide the assistance that was expected. Jonah though dives into the dome. Guangxi cuts down Get High, but Jonah takes matter into his own hands, but still ends up at a disadvantage. It's Wasana against LBT and Guangxi, a 2v1 for the Young Prince to pick up. Unsuccessful and is not needed. PE Esports with another big round.
Yeah, and because of that loss, they don't have that much economy, and Wasana was left using that M1917. And even you did mention for some instance that he's doing quite well on that, but if you have an opponent with a speed gun like Mini OZ as well as a MAC-10 on them, it would be difficult to take them down. And GamxPE right now already in the lead, but similar to what we've seen earlier, the lead doesn't translate most of the time for a win. It can always be recovered, but what GamxPE is trying to do right now is make sure that the cyber point goes to their side. Now they can focus more on the battle.
And we also did say that for GamxPE, they are a very confident team, and sometimes all you need is a bit of extra confidence. And look at Guangxi, he is backstabbing all of them with the MAC-10. Jonah trying to go for the recovery, but the glue wall gets sprayed down, and GamxPE now halfway there.
What a speed run coming from GamxPE. Again, there's no distraction of the cyber point being grabbed, and they have better weapons on their side. Even the pickup was not done that quickly. I don't think Brave United does have a Tiva on them. Quite questionable as well on how they position themselves, easily blocked on their rotation by GamxPE. But now they go into Eco Drain, and the one deadly part of this is that high grounds. If Sichuan is giving that opportunity to get an angle, get Overwatch, then Brave United might be caught off guard, and that's already 2 players from BRU trying to take that rooftop, and Zeref goes down already from the double revolver coming from Jonah.
Good stuff there from Jonah. Zeref not able to be retrieved this time. Jonah makes sure that he stays down. We already have the high ground. C1 trying to get high, of all people. And LBT catching Wasana on the offside. So the vantage point eliminated on one end, but Jonah still holds the other one. Ice Grenade really trying to box in the rest of PE Esports. Get high, didn't really have the health to work with. The basic therapy keeping Huangxi alive. Jonah trying to go for LBT, but LBT stands its ground. And PE, they're on a roll. And it seems like they cannot be stopped.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are doing it quick. They're not giving an opportunity for Brave United to breathe right now. And judging from the skills that they are bringing, and the succession of how they utilize the skills right here, it's not giving any chance for BRU to recover. Jonah tried to go for that superhero move, but unfortunately, there's just so many players from GamxPE who's waiting for him. So it's already 1 point close to a match point or series point, and now everyone's going for a different rotation. They're heading in the compound right now to take that high ground.
And BRU, they're starting to run out of time. C1 making sure that he gets even more dire. Around the corner, peek there, the pre-fire from PE Esports really starting to dismantle BRU. Get high with head scratch there, not really knowing what to hit him. Wasana and Jonah needs to hold the fort again. Jonah with 1, but only good for 1 so far. Needs to find Zera, but doesn't have the health pool to pull it off. And Wasana getting sliced in half. GamxPE, they're on the cusp of victory.
Very, very close, and very, very fast as well for GamxPE. I couldn't say anything that could be done by that needs to be done by Brave United, because so far whatever Brave United has been doing is being turned around by GamxPE, and they're doing it quite quick. So I don't know. This might be it. Final game, potentially. This unless Brave United can get that first blood. But speaking of first blood, the higher percentage of first blood that has been gotten in this competition has been brought in by GamxPE.
Yeah, and not only that, they need to do it 5 rounds in a row. Comebacks like that have been possible, but it's very rare, and it takes a lot of that fortitude to pull through. GamxPE take control of the center stage as Turner going into the Crimson Crush form. They're trying to box him in. The Ignis one from Get High trying to save his teammate, but it's still a 1v1 trade. Not all too bad considering all things that has happened. The team booster used for Turner. Get High. It's his turn to shine, but backup still present, and Huangxi keeps it under wraps. Wasana with the trade back, and it's just C1 left to fend off the rest of BRU. There's still hope in sight. Turner and Jonah against C1. 2v1. Santino, the Chase Splitter available. Can C1 do this though? Throws out the Chase Splitter, takes the 1v1, but Jonah wins that. And BRU is still breathing here.
Yeah, I think for C1, he was just waiting for the cooldown on that Shape Splitter. If it didn't wait, he might have taken the opportunity while the pickup's being done by Brave United. It's because look at this move. He does have the Dragon Sprinter, so he can move in and out of those elevation, of those ledges. But now that Brave United managed to get 1 point away, will this be the comeback that they have been waiting for, or it's just delaying the inevitable that is GamxPE winning this fight?
Let's see, they gotta do what they did just now a few more times. Push utilities not making it easy though. Both Get High and Turner, they really want to hold that position. A third one drops in, and Get High almost going down already. That is bad news.
Oh,
I think Zero knows it. picks his target, pick and choose, finding Turner, isolated from Get High, Turner straight up down. Turner finds a good snipe on the Sichuan. 1v1 trade. Now he's gonna be next on the hit list as Sarah goes for it. Jonah still wins that, but they lose Get High in the backline. LBT is low. Still a 2v2 situation. Huangxi getting popped. Jonah is doing everything on his own to keep BRU in the running. LBT down low and Jonah with his own ace.
And I thought that could have been turned around on that final moment, especially they got away from Wasana on that run. But Seraph right here, deadly an F590, but was caught off guard by Jonah with that diversion on the glue wall. Max 7 being used quite well on that jump. And this is where LBT could have made that win. But unfortunately, even HP is not favoring him at that moment. Now, it's 3-5 in scoreline right now. Brave United, 2 in a row for the win. But this is where that sniper is deadly. They don't have the prime position, especially for Jonah, to take that elevation. But if they can catch Sichuan off guard, then they might be able to win this fight.
Yeah, they throw the Ignis wall first. Flame Mirage breaks down all the glue walls to cut the battlefield in half. And BRU, again, really adamant in holding on to those crucial locations. Especially the impact that Jonah has been able to bring to the table with these long-range support. And GamxPE, they want to make sure that that will not be the case for this round. And Turner is going to be the centerpiece of this whole formation.
Let's see now. Turner. It's a good thing that there's no grenades being lobbed at him just yet. Otherwise, he will be the first blood or being taken down once again. Now, Sichuan removes himself from that high ground, tries to regroup with the rest squad, but it's a waiting game. Even GamxPE, they don't want to be careless right here because the momentum is being taken by Brave United right now from the past 3 games already, or 2 games already. And they want to give it out. But look at where Brave United is and where the shrink is happening. So it might be troublesome for BRU right now, especially when they are rushed on the other side because there's little to no way out. But there goes the Flame Mirage, and there goes for rotation. A drop shot might happen right now as Turner buys plenty of time. Huangxi beats down Turner, and it's a trade that Jonah might be capitalizing on, and Sichuan keeps his distance, but GamxPE gets this win, and they move forward once again.
And if you think that spring was a fluke, summer was a declaration, another time in the lower bracket that GamxPE finds the takedown onto Buriram United, and of course gotta flex that spring trophy one more time. This is not the official trophy lift, ladies and gentlemen. They have not won summer just yet, but it's good enough of a celebration as they continue to show their stats on the BRU. They have done more than enough homework, and they deserve that celebration. So the journey continues for the Vietnamese. They've done it again. The lower bracket run is still alive, and some movies deserve a second season, and it seems like this could be that sequel.
Well, I mean, it's looking like a Taken movie wherein the plot is just the same. Sequel after sequel. And GamxPE is doing it quite well. I mean, they were very close in there. If it wasn't for Brave United just catching up on the point, and it was troublesome. But what they did, what GamxPE did in that final moment was similar to how they played, or how they were played by Brave United on one of that Bermuda rotation, wherein it's the zone, or was it Bermuda or Kalahari? It's the zone that forced them to engage, and Sichuan was caught off guard. And the same thing happens in there. It's just that Brave United moved faster, but they couldn't get that advantage, especially with the time turners, utilities being used from that final zone.
Yeah, I think even in the last round, right, we already pointed it out. BRU, they are at a disadvantage because of the zone, how the zone was closing in, and the fact that they didn't have central control. But I think they just took a gamble, right? They took a gamble, they threw out the Flame Mirage, and they basically just flooded into the Chrono Dome to try and win out those gunfights. And in the end, they just couldn't do so. A Hail Mary attempt, but felt like the only way and the best way to give themselves another chance. GamxPE were just too far ahead this game.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, if it was one more game, then there's still a chance because I don't know if that there will still be a switch in there, a switch side. If Brave United manage to win that point, so they will be switching side in that specific map, and Jonah will have a better elevation initially taken by Siege 1. But because of the patience play that Brave United was trying to force into GamxPE, Siege 1 removes himself from that elevation and then was forced in the middle. But the only difference is Brave United was less favorable, as you mentioned, less favorable on the central area of that final train. So it's just GamxPE was waited and played with the patience of BRU.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate there for BRU overall, but you gotta really respect GamxPE. And it all started with a round 2 ace coming out from C1 on the Santino. And since then, you see PE Sports, they carry their momentum forward and they never looked back. You know, just an extra boost in confidence. Jonah tried to lift the spirits of his team with his own ace down the road, but it was a tall order to win 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tough. It's getting tough, right? It was getting tougher for Brave United, but Siege 1, I guess this is where GamxPE got that motivation. After getting that, they got plenty of points already for their side before Brave United managed to catch up a little bit. But it's a little bit too late, and GamxPE is already far away onto match point. And it's bound to happen. It's just bound to happen unless there was an ace in the sleeve, some surprise tactic that Brave United was waiting for. But judging from the reaction as well as the winner cam earlier from GamxPE, they did their homework and they showed it off.
Yeah, it definitely did. And just the full screen of BRU stats as well. And this last round, you can see BRU. The idea was good, right? They throw out the Ignis wall, they go in for the fight, but this was where it started to go bad. That dome, that time turner, keeping PE Sports alive. And when Jonah dropped down, he wasn't able to hit any shots because of that. GamxPE scoring another win over BRU across 2 seasons, and Huang Shi is our MVP. In the previous map of Kalahari, they were giving him an incredibly hard time, and in map 3, he took over, he took control.
Yeah, I mean, 12 elimination, not so much of damage, 2,941, but also with the assist. So in like contribution-wise, he has doing a lot for the squad. And one reason why he is so like unvulnerable in that part is not only with the time turner, but he's also bringing that Wolfpack back coming from Andrew, as well as that silver spoon coming from Joseph. So this is more likely, especially with that Andrew, it's more likely an OG. If you want to be buffed up on the front line, but he managed to bring it instead of using something like the J-Beebs or any other passive skills right here on the front lines. But it did work for them. It does have that fight or flight from that Luna, so he can have that increased fire rate, especially if you're using a Max 7. You will need an increased fire rate to outgun your opponents on those CQCs.
A lot more focus on himself, but overall it's good enough, right? Especially if you're performing out of your mind here. This setup is perfect for that. Hard to keep you control, but also gives you the agency to keep on fighting in tough situations. 12 eliminations overall. LBT didn't have to do much this game with only 1 eliminations, but he has 24 assists. This man, I think he just broke the record for the most assists in a single game of Clash Squad, and it was across 9 rounds. This guy is insane, man.
All right, so with this, with this alone, Huang Shi now has taken the 2nd ranking in assists. And, well, you won't guess who got the number 1 in ranking of assists. It is Siege 1. It's still coming from the same team. And it is just phenomenal on how they managed to get all across the boards number 4 themselves. And Huang Shi is also 2nd in terms of total elimination, ranking everyone in this competition. So we just don't see him that much, but we know for a fact that he can bring the numbers, and this is just evidence that they can pull it off.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, who can stop PE Sports, right? Like, we're looking at the potential opponents later on in the evening. They're not done with today just yet, but it's going to be between Secret WAG on one end, and it's going to continue to be a tough one, especially when we're looking at PE Sports really on form. But yeah, this is again a repeat of spring, and for GamxPE, they have some time to prepare for their later match.
Yeah, I mean, the only difference here is GamxPE ended Real United's run a little bit early. Because from last season, they still managed to get into the semifinals, but now they're not even on the semifinals just yet. So greater disappointment, I believe, for Bremen United right now, and more bragging rights for GamxPE, because regardless, they still brought Bremen United down.
Yeah, the fact that this bracket happened, this early on, right? It's pretty unfortunate that one of them has to go, but this is sort of the nature of the competition, especially for BRU, who has so much to prove, and yet it slipped away from them once again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers out here, it seems like in terms of winning, it's a 50-50 in this competition between these two teams, because the last time they played, it was Bremen United who managed to win it. Now, when it really matters, it is GamxPE who took them out. Now, look at the bracket. Here comes GamxPE stepping one step forward to the semifinals, or lower bracket semifinals, and Bremen United being eliminated, being graded out of this competition, and really expecting a few more out here. Probably a similar story, or hopefully a similar story between EVOS, Divine, as well as Secret WAG. A close fight and great turnarounds that I'm looking for.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate again that BRU had to bow out this early on. The winner between EVOS, Divine, and WAG is going to face off against GamxPE. We did say that there's a possibility during the group stage that we might see two Vietnamese teams in the grand finals, but with how the bracket is right now, that is no longer a possibility. But it does not mean that we will miss out the potential of GamxPE against an AGAL rematch from spring once more, where they had to go through the gauntlet.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. But looking at how well AGAL managed to take that upper bracket run, and though, I'm now looking at the upper bracket, looking at AGAL and RQ Kazu. RQ Kazu, yes, they're stronger this time. Yes, they are very strong this time. But judging from the scoreline, wherein every time they played, it was very, very close. It just so happened that they managed to win it on the 11 rounder. AGAL seems to be the stronger opponent. So if GamxPE can move forward, then that semifinals or the grand finals might be going to their side. But I still don't know how the story is going to go right now, because again, the changes, the evolution of the teams, adjustment that they're doing season after season, even day after day, has been phenomenal overall.
Yeah, and tomorrow is going to be the longest day of the entire team, the culmination of this summer season. 3 best of 5s, especially for a team that comes, whether you're from the upper bracket or the lower bracket, it doesn't really matter, right? You still have to play 2 best of 5s if you are and if you end up in the grand finals. So it really comes down to a battle of fortitude. But I think, all to consider, this is pretty much expected for AGAL to be in the upper bracket grand finals. But for a team like RQ Kazu, it is, I would say, a road to redemption. So now we gotta see who faces off against PE later, and it will have to be decided between Secret WAG and EVOS Divine, especially EVOS Divine, who hasn't really had the greatest year just yet.
Well, let's see though. I mean, there's just a lot of things that we might expect, a lot of things that's blowing our mind right now, because at some point there are a few teams that were expected to move forward quite easily, even take that upper bracket run. But you did point out that RQ Kazu was just different this time around. They are on point, and it's just those turn event, those flip the script right now that might be the motivation of certain teams who were pushed down lower bracket. Even against GamxPE, there's still potential of them losing, because we saw a few of those weaknesses when they were facing against Bremen United earlier. But then again, let's take note that Bremen United is not using their usual roster and probably is not used to Jonah taking over Moshi's role.
And we also have to note that we sort of have a good idea of which map GamxPE struggles on a lot more, particularly the Kalahari, which is 100% a guarantee once we head into tomorrow, right? If they do make it to tomorrow. So something something to note as well, because I think PE Sports, they have very good ideas, very good execution, but I think if we have to talk about this just on a map-based win percentage, there are certain maps where PE Sports will struggle a lot more, and at least from today's matchup, I think them running more on Kalahari isn't as crisp as what BRU has shown us.
Well, let's see though. I mean, BRU, that Morse gameplay of a rusher, it's just quite different, but it's refreshing. It just didn't see it on the final moment. But let's head over to the interview out of the winners and let's see what they have to say after that fight.
Em thấy thì mùa này thì leo nhánh thua khá căng, quá khó cho team em, nhưng mà team em đã cố gắng hết sức rồi. Tụi em thua là do tụi em quá chủ quan và quá ý rồi. Hai đội tuyển đó rất mạnh và team em cũng sẽ cố gắng học hỏi và tập trung tinh thần để va chạm cả hai team luôn.
Seems like that has been the case for PE, you know, and they have admitted it a couple of times. When they lose, it's because of themselves, right? They no, we say that confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence is something that PE has been trying to, you know, manage. You know, that's how they dropped one game to Argon MY, and that's how they dropped one game to BRU earlier on. But at least they still live to play another series later on in the evening. They get to catch a little break for now, but for EVOS Divine and Secret WAG, it's their turn to take each other out.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to how this is going to turn up right now. EVOS Divine might be the ones who will be taking the reign of getting closer and probably fighting against GamxPE later on. Because from what we've seen in the Secret WAG, they aren't in a good form. But EVOS Divine, when they turn things around, especially in the latter part of the group stage, as well as from the previous day on the elimination stage, they are much better. But that would be happening for later on. I'm really looking forward to that to happen. But we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the elimination stage continue, and it will still be us. I'm Neptune Jan Garcia, joined by my Husky, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? All right, let's get this started. The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party. Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize. This time, you can get an ultra-stylish mail bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out. Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby. There's a ton of fun stuff to do here. Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer. The fun doesn't stop there. Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle. Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire Clash Masters 2026 Summer and Elimination stage is in full swing. We just witnessed Buriram United being eliminated out of the competition. GamxPE will be moving one step closer into Grand Finals. Now we see who's going to win out of EVOS Divine and Secret WAG in a bit. And on this, I'm Neptune Benjamin Garcia, joined by my nephew, Husky, right here, and we'll be your casters all throughout the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting right now that it seems like the second season of the GamxPE lower bracket run is already in full motion. We need to see if EVOS Defy, who has already surpassed their results from the spring season, can they go further against a team like Secret WAG, who also has a lot of high expectations placed on them based on just their overall performance, but also coming in from being the spring battle royale champions in the fashion they did it. It's going to be quite the competition here, and even in the earlier videos we did see them Secret WAG give respect to EVOS Divine and talking about how particularly Ray being quite the problem for them to deal with. But our prediction this time is we're going to be on the same page. Secret WAG 2-1.
Yeah, well, looking at this is based on their performance in the current competition. Because when we look at it overall, including the previous one, when they face against each other, well, they didn't face against each other, but when they look at the numbers, seems like EVOS Divine had more on the wins. But as you did mention, they didn't and they didn't last that long in the competition. They didn't even reach this stage. So hopefully at this point, Secret WAG knows that for a fact and might bring them down, just continue their role and probably put another squad out of Vietnam in contention. But that also brings the risk of them going against GamxPE later on.
Yep. And whoever wins this, again, you have to face up against GamxPE, who has already gotten some decent warm-up here. I think they are still one of the teams to beat, but I would put my chances in Secret WAG maybe putting up a better fight, right? Like, especially Secret WAG and EVOS defy haven't really been the most consistent one. Like, the rounds that we expect them to win, they usually don't, and then the complete opposite happens. So I still am not quite sure where these two teams stand, but at least, for EVOS defy, they have been stepping up.
Well, let's see though. I mean, we're going to see who's going to step up in this fight, as well as who's going to play in the starting lineup right now on EVOS Divine. And let's take a peek as we see, of course, Rasia will be in there. We have AimGod, Abax, and Ray. Once again, you did mention that other than Rasia, Ray has been a threat in most of the cases. But hopefully AimGod as well as Abax can puck up and probably move a little bit faster, because in most instances wherein they're losing the fight, it's all dependent on the Rasia, the Wonder Kid. And from what we've seen, the adjustment that they've done in Battle Royale, when they act as a squad, especially if Rasia will be able to use that Santino wherein he can regroup with a team quite easily, then that's where we might see the strength of EVOS Divine. But they're going against another Vietnamese team. There's a Secret WAG, and this might be a head-to-head between them and Tikui, Nan7, Shiryu, and PLS1.
And once again, right, for the side of Secret WAG, Shiryu and PLS1, they have been kind of cornerstones of the team, but there are certain times where they sort of tunnel vision in their execution, and that sort of had caused some of their downfalls against a team like EVOS Divine. It's going to be interesting to see what the approach is going to be. Are they still going to be the team that runs in head first, or is the game going to slow down just because they are afraid of dropping some of these crucial fights?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough right now, especially with that, if they're hit with that fear of dropping these games. But let's see though, and in comparison of them, averages of elimination is still gearing towards Secret WAG. They are averaging around 24 elimination compared to 20 average elimination that EVOS Divine has brought in. And the damage though was quite even between these two, so that might be a saving grace for EVOS Divine. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done by EVOS Divine. Though they're chill right now, they are I would say they're still on point, especially with the adjustment that they've done from the group stage up until now. But there's still plenty of threat for side of Secret WAG if we're talking about the battle between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think EVOS Divine, as usual, they are always in. It always feels like they're unfazed by sort of like the state of the competition. And again, if we just look at the numbers alone, the statistics that we were shown at the start of the show, Russia, he is leaps and bounds ahead compared to everyone else in terms of total damage dealt, right? Because of how much impact he has had, even in games where it felt like they were not performing well. So let's see if today he can continue to keep that consistency.
Yeah, I do agree. You did mention about the damage dealer, and though he is, I would say, second to Seraph, but the averages is more gearing towards Rasia. And now that we're seeing the maps that they will be playing in, this makes EVOS Divine even more deadlier, because they're picking Kalahari for that first map, and then it will be followed by Bermuda, picked by Secret WAG. And if we go to that third match, it will be played in Xterra.
And with that being said, EVOS taking Kalahari, not a surprise at all. And Secret WAG with Bermuda, again, this is going exactly like our predictions. So I think, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how Secret WAG deals with Kalahari. So far, the Vietnamese teams haven't really been the most proficient on this map. Look at that, it's just BRU plus the Indonesians.
Yeah, well, EVOS Divine is there. So this is one reason why they did pick this. That's 2 out of 3 games that they got that booyah. And there's more potential that they are using that to their advantage. So let's see though if this is one thing that they capitalize on, especially with the strength that we've seen from Secret WAG the last time that we saw them, or if we count out their numbers right here. But again, a couple of days has passed already, and we know these teams. They don't sit down, though they look chill, but they don't sit down chilling. They will be like brainstorming on different ways to take each other out. So let's see if this is where we see a more focused squad coming from both Secret WAG and EVOS Divine, because they really need that right now. And from what we've seen in the camera and the player cams right there, Secret WAG is more focused. EVOS Divine is more on their chilling like a villain way, but you know that's where they enjoy the game as well.
Yeah, and I think for EVOS, I want to look at what draft did they have in mind, right? The A124 is an immediate ban out. So I thought that at least they would consider having the A124 on their end, but they're still going to get the Orion. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Orion, the Oscar, perhaps the Cassie would be the choice as well, but Secret WAG, they're more prone to taking the Steffi. They are one of the few teams, in fact, that really gravitates towards the Steffi.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the potential of that Steffi already, even in the previous season, wherein it can be used similar to the Time Turner. Not only the deny of those throwables, but there's also the additional armor that they're getting in there. And that's what they need if they want to be stronger on those CQCs, especially in the middle of the map. But how is Secret WAG going to respond to this? Because with that Santino coming from Russia, or probably this is, I believe Rasia or will be taking that Santino, or probably this will stick to Ray. It will still be deadly. They might go for information, and hopefully they go for speed as well, because that's what they need if they want to take down Aim God with that Orion.
And I think if they want to really get a good edge over EVOS Divine, they have to also figure out where Rasia is going to be at, right? Like, especially when Rasia is on the Morse, so it's going to be harder to hunt down. We've seen this combination before, and specifically from BRU on a map like Kalahari, the Orion, the Morse, Santino, and the Chrono. They all have ways to survive. They all have ways to self-sustain themselves. They're very self-sufficient, and they create a lot of headache if you do not know where they are, right? Like Morse and Santino can relocate themselves. Orion has invulnerability, and of course the Chrono Time Turner from ABAX is going to keep himself and his teammates safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great counter to that Steffi, or probably not really a counter, but it's more of an equalizer to that Steffi. But that Iris, well, it has been used quite well by AGAL, so I guess there's a good chance for them to utilize that. And Tikui with that Coda, better on the frontliner. If you will get that information, you can get an angle to take, or probably use it as something that you can use to aim those grenades. But we are now starting off our game, and this is the first match between EVOS Divine and Secret WAG in their lower bracket run. But I think we're going to have a little bit of waiting, because we haven't set it just yet. We will give you a little suspense in this game.
Yep, just to make sure that everything is running smoothly, and the players are, going to have the best competition experience, right? We got to make sure that everything is running exactly how it should be. So a little bit of a pause there is needed while the team checks on what the issue is, and then we will get back to you with an update if there's anything. So for now, I think it's also a good time to kind of delve into the history of these two teams. If I remember looking back at spring, we talked about how EVOS Divine, they got, I think, knocked out in the first bracket, right? Sorry, the first series of the lower bracket. So they didn't really make it that far, but back in spring, EVOS didn't really have the reputation of being a top contender, right? We always knew that they are there, they can put up some decent fight, but they're not really a team that can go far. And it seems like right now for summer they have sort of dispelled that, especially Russia in particular was really consistently put up the numbers, but I want to see them go further.
Well, let's see how well they can go further in this fight. And again, guys, just to set the expectation, we are in a tech pause right now. And EVOS Divine is the one who called it. So let's see if this is a strategy. Not for sure. I mean, you're used to this kind of setup, Husky. Tech pause might be an advantage that can be used just to throw off the momentum out of the game. Though they haven't played just yet. But, like if you're focused and then you're thrown off your game because of the tech pause, then that's where they might be able to do it. But it might also mean that there's an actual technical difficulty that's happening for the side of EVOS Divine that they need to fix, and you already set the expectation that we need to have everything fixed, everything set up before we start the game so that it's even, it's fair for both sides of these teams.
Yeah, better to identify the problem early on, instead of going halfway through the game and then having to call a pause here. Yeah, EVOS Divine also trying to make sure that things are in place. I'm not sure if Rachel is trying to update us, but we can't hear him. But
yeah, okay.
He's trying.
You understand? You understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Seems to be in order. It seems like they are. Okay, oh wait, never mind. Let's check. Okay, we see the thumbs up.
All right.
Yes,
I think we're going to start. So it looks as if there's one of their players who are having some actual technical difficulty. Probably need to refresh, reconnect into the game, and now we might be all set. But we'll still wait for the go signal for that. But again, there's a lot of chat. But here's one thing. I mean, there's one here. RQ Ani has been asking me, though that's not part of the teams that we'll be playing. But RQ Ani is asking for you to to predict RRQ to win tomorrow. I don't know if that is, to caster a curse, but judging from his name art here, is he believes that you can predict them for them to win.
Yeah, I've received news and specific requests yesterday as well that someone asked me of the same thing, to accidentally, in quotation marks, predict RRQ. Last time it was a clerical mistake that actually turned out to be correct. Well, at least the results turned out to be correct. I don't know. I mean, we could try. Clearly, by judging by the name of this fine person, is a huge RRQ fan. Against AG though, I gotta be really honest. It's gonna be tough. I can't make the prediction, but it's gonna be tough. It's a best of 5. And RQ, I think in a best of 5, haven't really had the best results yet.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it might be the other way around, because from what we've seen in RQ's game, it was very close. It was most of the time it's very close, always around a level round for them. But given a chance to get that warm up in the beginning of the show, the back and forth in terms of points, then that might be something that they can capitalize, that they can use as their their strength towards that upper bracket run. But we'll have to see, and Husky will have to see if that is doable. So don't question me anymore. Don't question us anymore. I already done the deed. But let's see though. Let's see if this is happening. But I guess with your prediction between EVOS Divine as well as Secret WH, there's no accidental predictions here. These are actual predictions that you and I has put in. But it's up to EVOS Divine to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, right now, for at least I think for these two teams, it really comes down to who has a good day, right? Because we've seen Secret WAG, like when they're on form, they feels like you can't win a gunfight against them, right? Like Shiryu, when he gets going, he feels unstoppable. T-Quay, the superstar. Same for EVOS. But the problem is you don't really know which version you're gonna get until you're like 2 maps in, and I think that's the scary part about these two teams. I think it's the inconsistency that really throws you off. And for me, I'm looking for game wins but it's based off of like just solid plays. and less of like, oh, we sort of dropped the ball on accident. But it seems like we've gotten the green light to go to Kalahari. For real this time is round 1 in Refinery. Let's see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, well, looking at the position being taken by EVOS. They already have 2 men in the middle, and the split's being done by the squad. Now, Apex need to hold up in here. Takes that shape splitter as a distraction, but Secret WAG right now, after that split, after that flank that they did, they go in for that airdrop, and now they are regrouping, catching Rasia on that flank, and AimGod as well as Apex need to move fast, but how can they do so? They are still being gunned down the moment they peek.
Yeah, and Apex just shoots down T-Quay, and it's multiple crossfire angles. The stuff there, Apex actually never getting knocked down. PLS1, not a chance there. Whoop. There it is. Round 1 for EVOS Divine. This one was quite the awkward one, because for Secret WAG, it seems like they were grouped up together. They did find Rasia though. They kept him pinned down, but it was Apex that sort of pulled the trigger, and we saw the multiple crossfires coming in from the side of EVOS Divine that I think Secret WAG just didn't really have a solution to.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it would be tough right now, especially for the side of EVOS Divine. And I guess that issue they had earlier was not yet, I don't know, this is still missing one of their players. Thus, we thought that it would be a flank that will be done by 2 of the players of EVOS Divine. But this is the advantage already being taken by Secret WAG. T-Koi! G36 takes down both AimGod as well as Apex. Rasia, nowhere to be found, but they know exactly where he will be on that high ground, and he's being tagged up.
And AimGod really trying to, well, I assume that's not AimGod, that's someone else, that's Shiryu. Rasia is trying to run around in circles with the Morse. So does stay hidden for now. We are going to keep you guys updated on the situation. And yeah, it seems, well, but there is a invisible EVOS player, but we guarantee you they are not shooting bullets at thin air. Either way, it's going to be Secret WAG with their second round here. EVOS Divine gotta find a solution around that. I think it's almost the same situation as game 1, where they unfortunately just were not able to sort of find the right moments, right? I think Secret WAG were a lot more decisive on which fight they want to take.
Yeah, I mean, right now, that's what, like, for those of you who might be questioning, that was just a visual glitch that we're seeing, because we saw EVOS Divine in there playing, and he's also part of the squad. So he's also part of that list. So we'll have to see, though, if that can be corrected, or probably we might need to check even further. So we're going to bring ourselves back into the screen right now whilst everything is being fixed. Just make sure that everyone will have a better experience of viewing these games.
Yeah, and I think with the early tech issues, again, we did emphasize that we need to ensure that the players get fair play. So since it's still considered quite early, right? We're only 2 rounds in, so nothing significant has been decided just yet. We might have a lobby remake. We'll keep you guys updated on that. But even if it is, at least we're not that deep in, right? We're still in the teetering around because of the pistol rounds. I think it's completely fine. And especially, I think, for EVOS Divine having to deal with the unfortunate tech issues, we don't want it to affect them. So for now, at least from what we've seen from the first 2 rounds, again, like I said, I think WAG are just a lot more decisive on their moves. And for EVOS Divine, they have a lot of, again, utilities to be self-sufficient. But you know, sometimes you feel like you cook too much and then you don't really know which direction you want to hit towards. That felt like EVOS in the opening rounds.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I guess at this point, Secret WAG, I mean, they will not be faced. Even if the remake did happen, I think they're confident enough on what they are going to bring to the table right now in terms of this fight. And they know exactly what needs to be done. But you did make a good point before the game actually started, wherein there are a few teams, just like EVOS Divine as well, Secret WAG, who needs a few more rounds before they will bring in their A game. So at least we haven't reached that point yet before we make that remake. And hopefully we'll see more of a I would say comeback coming from EVOS Divine from those situations, because from the position that's being taken by a couple of players from EVOS Divine, I think it's Abax and AimGod on the front line. They're trying to buy so much time for Raskia to go for a reposition. But given that even pistol round, he's trying to get those angles. Yes, his accuracy is on point, but pistol rounds is not a round that those long range, those high elevation can be taken advantage of if you're using only an M500. So hopefully they rethink that strategy overall.
Yeah, and it's also a bit surprising that, you know, from the interviews that we've heard, at least from both sides, Secret WAG talked about how I think early on, they mentioned that Ray could pose a possible challenge to them because he's pretty good at getting into these backlines. But right now, we're not really seeing that in action just yet, right? It really seems like, at least for EVOS Divine, you're looking at Raskia to find those unseen angles with the Moors. We saw earlier on the GamxPE try to pull that off, but BRU, they sort of know where to look. And Secret WAG, I wonder if they have sort of like the same mastery of finding where the Morse is, right? Considering that the utilities that EVOS Divine has, it's not exactly, it doesn't really match up to what Secret WAG has if you come down to a 4v4.
Yeah, I do agree. But there's an advantage that they can take right here. Even without that Morse, because they do have Santino. So EVOS WAG can still have that reposition factor. So even if they don't spot that Morse just yet, or even if they spot that Morse just yet, there's still that element of surprise that can be brought in by, I believe this is Abax, who's getting that Santino, or I might be wrong. It is, I'm just looking at the list right now. We have AimGod, Abax, Raskia, and which one was the other one?
AimGod, Abax, Ray.
Okay, Ray. Because so Ray is bringing that Santino, but we've seen that being used. Well, we haven't seen that being used quite well in the midline. Most of the time, the Morse has been pulled off. This is the story you were telling earlier about Wasana using that to just get across the map. And then as well as what we witnessed earlier when they face against GamxPE, wherein they're trying to use that as their reposition. But judging from how Secret WAG is playing this against their opponents, even if the Morse or Santino will be used, if they have that Iris, especially on the mid part of the game, and those glue walls are available, it doesn't matter. Even the Coda is a great counter out of that stealth bite. So there's just a great strategy that I'm seeing right here from Secret WAG. We just need to see those plays happening just yet, because from both sides, other than the Oscar and Orion, other than the letters of the letters of their name, that game style is just different. So that might be the key factor of the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think, you know, for at least for Secret WAG, one advantage that their kind of composition has is that it's slightly easier to pull off, right? We did see early on they also brought in the Iris, which we don't usually see teams pick, because I think teams would rather go for Skylar over the Iris nowadays. But I think we got confirmation. It is going to be a remake, but there will be no changes to the picks and bans. The teams will still be running with the exact same draft. We just want to make sure that the tech issues that did happen to EVOS Divine does not resurface again, so that we won't see a ghastly 3v4 when it's actually a 4v4, and none of that. So it's easier to pull off the strat for Secret WAG because, again, Steffi and Iris, you basically have a bunker built for you that it's pretty hard for EVOS Divine to break through.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that Fainted Refuge, again, it's just those throwables being used. And back then, especially if they're going against RQ Kazu, that was the most viable. Until those nades are not being used quite well, because in Clash Squad, it's very limited. And then we saw some of the teams pull it off. Even without nades being thrown at them, they just laid it in the ground. And even if they don't have that on their actual active skills, once it is available as part of the store of this game, then they still use that on their games because of the armor that is being added in their matches, or in for their teams right now every time they are in here. But let me look into the skill card available right here on the Cyber Airdrop store in Kalahari. This time, one possible reason why they brought in that Steffi is because they don't have that available. We have the Skylar as well as the Clue skill card that might be used or often used by the teams right here.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if there's another alternative, it's probably the Nero again, right? Like it's something that was popularized by the Vietnamese teams, and right now has sort of become more of a phenomenon across different regions, but still more exclusive for the Viets themselves. But yeah, I think, you know, having the Clue skill card also is great. I think if you can get the Riptide Rhythm, is sort of like the extra boost for your team. I think Secret WG overall, just based off of what we've seen so far, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least on Kalahari. And if that is the case, then it's going to be quite the bad news for EVOS Divine with Bermuda coming up next.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, let's see though. I mean, news overall, either be good or bad depending on how they're going to treat it. Based as well on how they make those adjustments. But I was just looking at some of the skills right here. Skylar has only been used once out of FFCM Summer. And it was brought in by Brodem United. So it was used once. They did manage to win that fight, but we didn't see that much onto the upcoming games. It's probably because of the less viability of that being used, because there's not so much of glue wall. One possible reason as well why we were questioning that Iris usage, because it's also dependent on glue walls for it to be activated or to be capitalized on quite well. So AGAL just proved us wrong from their journey in the upper bracket, but now we are going to see Secret WAG, if they can pull that off, probably something that they want to take from the books of their usual contenders, which is AGAL, who is in a safety run on that upper bracket.
Yeah, again, they get 1 day of rest alongside Araku Kazu before they go into the gruesome BO5s tomorrow. But I think, you know, now that Ignis is also a thing, it feels like there's lesser value to go for the Iris, right? Because you have so many means to blow out glue walls. Teams are starting to gravitate towards using utilities to flush people out. The Nero also is one of the ways to sort of achieve that. So overall, for Iris in this position, this current meta, it doesn't feel that desirable, right? So I think, again, for EVOS Divine, there's a lot of things that they need to figure out with this draft and how to utilize it. Are they looking? It seems like they are gearing up to be more mechanics dependent, right, on the individual players.
Yeah, well, let's see though. I mean, mechanical skills is one thing that they can use regardless of what active skills that we have. And we've seen some of those teams as well who just prioritize mainly on mechanical skills. Especially if cooldowns is involved or if an A124 is involved. But we're getting some news right now. I think we are going to start the game. And I guess this is it. This is EVOS Divine going against Secret WAG. Same map. It is Kalahari. Now, let's see, though, who's going to get that first point.
Again, it is a full reset. This time, everything in order. We'll see if the results is going to be the same. It seems like first blood attained by EVOS instead of WAG. Now that they're able to play in full force. Ngan with the knockdown, reposition there. Aim guard with the second one around the corner. PLS1 card with his pants down. Finding his second one. And Aim guard actually getting backstabbed. And Secret WAG still, even though EVOS stepped on the gas, they are the ones that come out on top.
Yeah, well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's a rematch or a remake or not. They know exactly what they need to do. But look at this. I mean, it's pretty much the same approach that they have. The only difference, though, is Russia was part of that frontliner. And again, that is needed if you want to win those fights in this pistol round. Now, pistol rounds is over. Better weapons can be used, but there's little or no force buy being done by EVOS Divine just yet. Only one of those G36, and Russia might be taking that right now. But Ray was in trouble. He fell down to the ground and they're being gunned at and was forced to use that shape splitter. But Russia right now, ring around the Rosie. Whoever Rosie is, he might find it.
He could actually look away for a while, but I think his team has confirmed the presence of Russia, so he's going to follow up on that. Again, that's the challenge with the Moors. You run quite the high risk of putting a team at a disadvantage, and unfortunately, Russia are not able to get much value out of that. The stealth bites, especially in these early rounds when you are behind. the rest of EVOS with subpar weaponry having to deal with WAG, who again has better utilities as a team.
Well, let's see now. 9-7, Shiryu just buying time, trying to make noise. But I guess EVOS Divine has spotted that Painted Refuge, and they are just waiting for that to come or to expire. Now, AimGod already on a slow flank. He might not be seen by Tikui already. AimGod caught off guard, switches to that orb, and he just took advantage. Abax managed to go for knockdown. Now they are on the front foot, and even Tikui will be taken down. EVOS Divine will be getting this round.
And the investment really paid off this time. Can PLS1 turn things around in a 2v1? Except the Iris and the G36. Decent weapon to work with. AimGod and Ray don't really have the most health. PLS1, 76 is the magical number that he works with. Tries to leap across the platform, and then Ray shoots him down with the 1D.
It's just unfortunate right here. And a great position as well by AimGod. I mean, he was just a bait in there because he can always use the Crimson's Crush to get away. Even Abax joining him in there with a Time Turner just capitalize on that. Doesn't have to step outside of that dome. All I have to do is just get an elevation, and there you have it. That's another point, or 1 point being taken by EVOS Divine back. But this is where Secret WAG might be heading, or probably baited into that airdrop because they want that cyber point.
Yeah. The Deagle inside of Ray is also quite a valuable one to find the long range shot earlier on. Now it gets to upgrade full sets of G36 on the side of EVOS. The 1-for-1 trade, Russia needs a bit of help with Team Booster to pick up on the Shiryu. Should allow them to eliminate Russia from the equation for good. PLS1 will get the job done. Apex with the side, turns into his primary, and then cuts Ngan7 down. But still EVOS down 2-man. And AimGod trying to pick up the pieces to the 1v2. Looking good so far. PLS1 has the weapons, and Tikui finds the finisher there.
The back and forth is happening. And now EVOS Divine will need to fix their focus. Because it seems like from that first point, Gracia being taken down was just the downfall of the squad. And EVOS Divine, though they managed to steal away that cyber airdrop, Secret WAG just capitalized on those knockdown, making sure that no pickup will be happening. And the clutch play, even a sliver of health from PLS1 as well as Tikui was just phenomenal. But there will just be a switch of spawns, and we will still be in Santa Catarina.
Yeah. Again, Coda Aurora Vision being used. Confirms that the stealth bite is activated. Rasha finds high ground here. The initial shot there. Ray finds a good tag, but not able to get any confirmation. Sadly, AimGod around the corner. It's going to be a dance here, and Nan, the dome protects Nan as he jumps up into it to find safety, but somehow AimGod doesn't lose a shred of health. An extended fight that AimGod eventually wins out. Rasha getting a pick up on Tikui as well. Everything going completely sideways for Secret WAG, and PLS1 need to pick up the pieces, baited by the Crimson Crush, and EVOS finds the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, again, back and forth we go. A tug of war as scores is happening right now. And the only, one EVOS Divine's winning right here is also that cyber air point that they have, or the cyber point that they have right now that can be used later on. Because we mentioned that with the cyber airdrop points, you will be able to buy a few more off the stores that can be used like the active skill card. But not only that, because they managed to get that airdrop, they have that level 3 MP5, and Abax is the one who will be using it, which is quite good because he can go in the front line and save himself with a Time Turner.
Abax again running forward with the sight in hand. Again, the Time Turner allows him to guarantee a close range encounter, but this time was able to kind of maneuver around that, and they actually pick out Rasha from long range. Abax getting gunned down with Mac 10, Ngan7. This time adapted. AimGod still finds a trade on the Shiryu. Ray gets jump scared. There's AimGod left in a 1v3 here.
Well, AimGod being shot at. Goes for that Orion. Now PLS1 just angles where he will be turning back. And with the manpower, Secret WAG has that in the bag. So this 1 point lead already equalized on the Cyber points. And this is not looking good, I would say, for EVOS Divine. If this continues, the back and forth, Secret WAG will have a 1-up against EVOS Divine towards the end. But this might be a chance for them to capitalize on. But because look at that equipment coming from Secret WAG. A couple of the MP5s level 3 already. Though we're seeing EVOS Divine having that level 3 Winchester. And it is being used by both Razia and Engad. So long range against CQC. All they have to do right now is keep the distance and get better angle. EVOS Divine might get another point back.
Aurora Vision used out already. Shiru with the dash in, trying to hunt Aim God down. So he forced out the Crimson Cross very early on, and Aim God forced to box himself in. Shiru is still committed to the hunt. Backup does come in the form of ABAX. The rest of Secret WAG not able to get any pickups off of that, but enough to force resources out of EVOS Divine.
Seeing the Secret WAG already regroup. Aim God might be in trouble! And Shiryu just spots him through that tent. But Shiryu also being taken down by Razia from downtown. But Tikui knows exactly where the players of EVOS Divine will be coming from. And Ray capitalized on G36, but unfortunately he also goes down. So it's a 1v3 situation from the Wonder Kid. He receives a lot of damage, tries to back away. Will he be able to recover and probably deny them of those pickup? Not so much of angle to play with. Now Secret WAG, almost a full squad. And Nan7, despite of not being able to recover, he can be distraction, but Razia knows the angle to take.
Yep, the shoulder shot too. Just a minor tag. Still medkits on the side of Secret WAG, so they're back to full health, and Shiryu actually pops him with a Winchester. So Secret WAG are 4-2 now.
Yeah, that Winchester probably is one thing that he grabbed out of Aim God, because judging from the weapons being brought out by Secret WAG, they don't have a specific weapon. Well, he does have Shiryu. Oh yeah, Shiryu did manage to steal away after Aim God was taken out. So better weapons from Secret WAG. They have a 2-point lead right now. No more back and forth. It's not looking good for EVOS Divine right now, despite of this being their pick.
Yeah, the WAG have figured out sort of the formula, but also we did say that EVOS' draft is harder to pull off. As a collective, this composition feels very scattered, right? There's no cohesion that links them together. So it relies a lot on these individual executions, and unfortunately, not working out so far. Again, the Orion Crimson Cross forced out too early on, and Aim God getting blasted down. Tikui finding that elimination, second floor. They should have seen Ray right about now, around the corner. Ray actually able to tag 2 people, him and Razia, keeping things even.
Well, let's see though. It's a 2v1 situation. Tikui will be picked up, and it could have been equalized, but Nan7 remaining out here. And even EVOS Divine was the ones being taken out first, but Nan7 in the middle. A lot of flank being done right now. Razia already in position with that stealth bites. Will he be able to land those shots? Nan7, MP5 right now steps in and out of that time turner, and Ray might be taken out. What a clutch coming from Nan7! And that is what you need to do if you want to dance around EVOS Divine.
Master tap dancing there from him. Drops the Chrono Dome. Well, plays inside the Chrono Dome. And it's just a good sequence about movement, fundamentals of Free Fire in a gunfight, and just getting the timing right. It was, I believe, what? An MP5 against a Winchester? And he just got the timing down to the dot. Faster fire rate. He can dance around. Rasha needs more time. Every missed shot is a missed opportunity. Secret WAG now up 5-2 and 1 round away from taking over the map choice of EVOS Divine.
Let's see now. Shots by ABAX. But unfortunately, he doesn't get for the knockdown. And Apex is one of those who's always showing up. Like, not only does he have the time turner, but you also witnessed earlier a mark against the opponent who shot at him. It's because of that Shiryu passive skill. So it's good if he will survive those shots. At least information will be relayed to the rest of the squad, like Rasia as well as Ray. But look at the position coming from EVOS Divine. There's only one in the front lines, and the rest of the squad is just waiting on the sides. And Tikui might be able to capitalize on it, but Shiryu being tagged up from downtown, coming from Rasia. Aimgod, though, will be picked up with a helper bot. No one's shooting that bot down, and Tikui! Ray on a hero jump shot. Now, Apex might be able to land this against PLS1, but it's just a matter of time, and they can take back a point.
Yeah, this is a sure win for EVOS Divine. To keep themselves in the game. Slight miscalculation there from Secret WAG and just generally losing out to 1v1s. If EVOS can create more situations like this, then it will be beneficial to them. But again, props to Rasha for keeping his team running. We saw a pickoff on the aim guard earlier on the second floor of the building, but Rasha's able to kind of even the scoreline to make sure that WAG doesn't start building a man advantage.
Let's see now. Judging from what we're seeing from EVOS Divine, they already got the formula to be able to outwit Secret WAG. I'm just looking at the data right here coming from the squad. Secret WAG once again didn't bring Team Booster to their side. So those knockdown, like those isolated player, if they got knocked out, there's little chance of a pickup happening out of the helper bot. But 9-7, once again, up close and personal, uses that painted refuge to be able to get forward, move forward onto the airdrop right now. But Rasia caught Tikui on that flank through the stairs, and Rasia right now being tagged up by PLS1. Information being revealed, almost being taken up by Shiryu, but the speed coming from Shiryu was not enough, and the time turner being used by the Wonder Kid, but at no avail. He still goes down.
And so that's what we've been discussing, right? The key to really, crippling EVOS Divine is to find where Rasia is, and that's what they did. But unfortunately, they still end up losing members, and it's not again put in the spot to try and clutch this for the team, but this time not doable. EVOS Divine, a couple of high fives going around the team as they still hang on to this game.
I mean, there's a similar approach being done by EVOS Divine right now against Secret WAG. So Tikui being taken out first, no more Overwatch. They will have full reign of the information gameplay, and then they dealt with everyone one at a time. And there's no double team being used by EVOS Divine at that point. They just want to make sure that no one will be tagged up or will be clutched up in those AQCs after that failure in one of the maps that we have, or one of the areas that we have earlier. But three-man push in the middle. A 2-2 split coming from EVOS Divine, as I was expecting them to go straight ahead, but Aimgod's the only one who was in deep, and Apex right now being tagged up.
It will be put up as well, a bit of a barricade. You do have a potential crossfire by Aimgod, and the ice grenade is making Sirius slightly uncomfortable. The Painter Refuge also used very early on by 9 in case Russia peeks out. Then you have Tikui that can deal with that. And also a potential backstab angle. Aimgod is not having a good time. And again, Rasha still able to find Tikui throughout the chaos. And Ray getting his blaster onto Shiryu. It should be Secret WAG down in members. Not getting tagged again. And EVO, they are coming back one round at a time.
Yeah. I mean, it was match point already for Secret WAG. But how many was that? Like 3 consecutive games, rounds already? They managed to catch up, and that's just because of Tikui trying to hunt down Rasia, but they expected that to happen. And Rasia was just waiting for him to come out, especially with Aimgod's position in that front line, trying to dance around 9-7. Now, Sido, this is Council Hall right now. Great elevation that can be taken by both PLS1 as well as Tikui against Rasia. And Apex a bit too close. Spotted a couple of players from EVOS Divine already.
Too close for comfort here. None. Having to relocate. Aimgod and Aimbacks. Isolated angles there. There's a lot of times at Council Hall that a fight at the outer perimeter decides who comes out on top, and CWAG not willing to take their chance. Again, you have to find where Rasha is. As he has learned the ropes of this Morse.
They're really looking for Rasia right now. They can understand that he's the bane of the existence of their win. But Jiryu will be taken down. No chance of a pickup because Nan7 is also damaged. And there goes Abax for the elimination.
Yeah, now it's done in the blink of an eye. What a comeback there from EVOS Divine. Really coming alive in the later stages of this round. Wait a minute, whose face is on that?
What's that?
Who's that?
I don't know. I don't recognize it, but they're punching them crazy. Probably great motivation for their win right now. But that was a great comeback coming from EVOS Divine. We thought that Secret WAG will be able to catch them off guard, especially as they were on the match point already. But they understood that what Secret WAG was aiming for. Take down Marasia and then deal with the rest of the squad. And with that idea alone, they use Rasia as a bait to either hunt down Kui as he is on the stealth bites, and then that's where everything falters against Secret WAG.
Yeah, and EVOS Divine just barely, catching out their map pick, right? Because we said that if Secret WAG wins this map, it is going to be quite troublesome for EVOS Divine heading into Bermuda, but they do have decent stats over it. Decent stats comparable to what Secret WAG has. And EVOS Divine, another 11-round blinder. So some of these teams really drag it out towards the bitter end, but EVOS Divine, again, Rasha is still consistent as always.
Yeah, I do agree. I won't be surprised if Rasia will be our MVP, but we've seen a lot of players for the side of EVOS Divine also pop off in that match, in that competition. There's just so much of hope out of this squad, which begs me, bring me the question. If the first or the group stages, were they just really not playing that seriously, thus they went in onto this run? Or is it just an adjustment that they did mid-game for them to be able to get to this level, get a win against Secret WAG?
Yeah. And I think it also was a collective factor of Secret WAG. They tried to pull off the same plan, I would say, playbook over and over again. There's nothing wrong with that, but EVO just adapted better, right? Like a lot of these fights that EVO started coming back is Rasha getting first contact, him and AimGod doing majority of the work, but then Ray on this Santino as well. We did say that this composition that EVOS has might not seem like there's cohesiveness in a 4v4 team fight if you consider all the abilities that they have, but they can protect themselves very well when alone, and you see that in play.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, we know exactly what they're aiming for. And this is even against what we were asking from EVOS Divine. Remember, in most instances that they lose, it's because Rasia was far away from the rest of the squad. But this time, they're far away from each other. They're not even grouped as if they are primed to go for the front line. Like, they are distancing itself. AimGod in the middle, and then Abax was just in the midline, and then both Rasia and Ray trying to get angles because of the skills that they have. So, a different approach, but probably this is what is the key of them winning against Secret WAG. But with that, let's take a look on who's the MVP of this game. And this might be Rasia once again. Definitely he is, with 9 elimination, 5,007 in damage, and 7 assists.
Yeah, crazy Winchester performance. Almost every single First Blood has his name on it. 9 eliminations, 7 assists, 5,000 damage. That's going to add on to his total damage dealt. Amount again, right? Like, he already is the one who deals the most damage in the whole competition, and he continues to deliver. And this is sort of like Rasha from year one, when he was able to bring his team to a trophy lift in Riyadh. And we did see a bit of that struggle that EVOS Divine has whenever everyone else couldn't keep up. But on at their best, Rasha can work a lot of magic.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was just dependent on him right here. Even for early parts of the group stages, the dependency is just on Russia. But now they're trying to catch up. I do agree. Like, Russia is now the damage dealer, the top damage dealer of everyone in this competition. But look at how Ray as well as Abax, let's include Ingot as well. That's 4 to 3K or 3 to 4K of damage coming from the rest of the squad, other than the 5K that Russia has brought in. But I'm really happy that they are finding their cohesiveness right now in this first game. But I know Secret AG, they have a little secret that they might be able to pull off on the next map, because look at the elimination coming from the squad. It's not that far, especially they managed to get match point first.
Yeah. And I think for Secret WAG, unfortunately, I think overall, like what we wanted to see from PLS1 was exactly PLS was sort of like fell off in the later stages of the round. But when we look at EVOS' side in comparison, we say Russia is the MVP, but Ray, he also has 10 eliminations, right? We say that Russia and Ray both work insanely well together, but also in terms of the headshots the team has gotten in total, they have a total of 9 headshots spread amongst 3 of the players. So again, a lot of these first contacts really won by EVOS just because they were able to land better shots.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, total headshots for EVOS Divine all throughout the competition is 82, and that makes them second best in terms of headshot elimination time as well. So this is what is deadly about this squad. AVAX is not even in a position to take that sniper, but we saw how well he took the front line, and he was just hitting everyone with that Winchester. And that's what Kalahari, or probably in most cases, Clash Squad has to offer right now. Not only are we seeing the Thompson, we're also seeing those Winchesters, and it's getting deadly, not only in the long range, as well as the mid to close range.
Yeah, and overall, it's again, Kalahari is such a unique map that being able to master that map actually gives you quite the advantage, because a lot of teams still struggle on it, right? We talked about how the Vietnamese teams generally have lower win rates on Kalahari. We saw it in the top 3 team stat, and this one adds on to it again that EVOS Divine, they should feel good about themselves. And one of the bigger problems, one of the bigger challenges for these teams is not being able to close out the series, right? They will win the first one and then they'll drop the ball. For PE Sports, is them admitting that they're overconfident. But I think for some teams like EVOS and WAG, is struggling to stay consistent. And I really want to see EVOS, if they can, close this out 2-0 so that they go into later with more confidence.
Yeah, let's see though, let's see. Because I think there's only a few adjustments that needs to be done by Secret WAG right here, especially with the speed that they can get into match point. Just like if they get to that again, just to prevent EVOS Divine from catching up on the points, is just play the patience game. We've seen that happen from the earlier match between Brave United against GamxPE. Now, if they can pull that off, just patience game, spot the players, where will they be coming from? Yes, there's the threat of the Moors, there's a threat of the Santino as well, but they can easily anticipate the position of those shape splitter, as well as what rotation will be taken by Russia if it triggers that skills. And it's not as if you saw where Russia will be coming from, know exactly where you look at him, that Moors, that stealth bites will also give a visual cue if it has been triggered. So that's something that they need to work on, so that they will not be caught off guard in the flank by the snipers of EVOS Divine.
Yeah. Secret WAG, they have some things they need to think about heading into map 2 on Bermuda. I think it's fair to say we most likely won't see that Morse pop up again, since it is going to be on Bermuda. But the Iris pick, I felt, again, was an interesting one. Let's see if they stick with it, right? Because I think, in theory, it's not a bad pick. We already said it's not as popular because there are other options. But I want to see if they want to stick by that. If not, then maybe we can PRS one like Skylar or Ignis or something, just so that you're not relying on having to shoot at glue walls, right? You can get a bit more up close and personal and have more flexibility with your abilities.
Yeah, I do agree because for Iris' sake, I do agree. There's a certain condition that needs to be done for that active skill to be used quite well. But let's see though on what the bans and picks would be. So A124 being taken out by EVOS Divine, and Zane once again is out of the picture right now. Aim God will be given a chance to get that Orion away from the mix of Secret WAG. What would be the response though out of Secret WAG? They still want to get that Steffi in.
Cassie is open. Cassie and the Cassie, Santino, the Ignis, they're all open. EVOS, I think if I remember correctly, Records has shown that EVOS, they are not too bothered about whether of getting Cassie too early on. So this one is pretty understandable that they let it go. This does give the Coda and the Cassie over to Secret WAG if they want to, but there are a couple of options, right? The Nero is also there, but if they want Intel, Coda is the way to go. And for EVOS, I think the Chrono should be the choice.
Yeah, I mean, Abex is just too confident in that Chrono. He used it quite well. Even a solo mission in the middle of each map, he just stand in there, wait for any shots on him, and that gives information because of the Shiryu passive skill that he is using right here. So he has a potential of recovery if he have a better cover as well as a time turner on him. So once he gets stacked up, as long as it's not a headshot and a follow through, then he can still survive that. And then that's where the rest, like the sniper, like Rasia, will just focus on where the opponents will be tagged. Now, they are going to stick it with that. So the only difference that we're seeing is there's no double sniper setup coming from the side of EVOS Divine, but they do have that deadly Orion, that Crimson Crush that has been troublesome, that has been annoying in most cases in this Clash Masters.
Yeah, it really allows you to pull off a lot of different, I think, ways of playing the game, in a sense that you could be a distraction, you could be the clutch factor, or it could just be a way for you to gather intel for your team, right? But especially the more classic one, the whole double up, where two people rush in, the Orion goes invulnerable, and then whoever is with him takes over the fight. And there have been some crazy clutch out of this ability alone. Even when we look at the loadout for the side of Secret WAG, no team boosters at all, so 3 tag markets. That's also something that might be cause of concern as we head into Bermuda, which will be Secret WAG's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that we already pointed out yesterday out of a couple of Vietnamese team, Secret WAG as well as Team Flash. So Team Flash is already out of contention, but Secret WAG, not quite sure if what the ideation is, but we've seen how well that team booster can be used out of this Clash quad because of how you can also increase the odds of you healing up with those EP conversions as well as for EP recovery. Well, let's see how it work on this pistol round. Aim God almost being damaged, but because of that super bonfire, he managed to recover all those HP now, and Aim God forced to go for that Crimson Crush, and Tikui right now almost being taken down. Will there be a pickup? Rasia tries to take down Tikui, so that distraction will be on both sides, but Apex with full health goes against Non-7, and there goes another point being taken by EVOS Divine without any casualty.
Just keep your eyes on Ray, because he was a madman. Rasia repositioned with the Crimson Crush. They find the knockdown. First, Rasia pops Tikui, and look at Ray. He just YOLOs it. He pulls out the side, he goes in. Sure, he gets taken down, but he has done so much damage. He distracted the entirety of Secret WAG and allows a slam dunk from his teammates to clean up the fight. And I think in the end, he didn't even get eliminated. So it was all worth it. EVOS Divine putting out the G36 in game 2. They see the Shade Splitter now out from Russia. He's going to be able to go around the flank and get some intel if needed. Secret WAG opts to stick together as Russia cuts through the warehouse. This could be a nasty backstab angle. And he finds Fearless1. And that is the person that needs to be taken out. And he instantly repositions with the Shade Splitter to rejoin the rest of his team. Russia is Houdini right now. They don't know where he is.
Well, that Painted Refuge did save Secret WAG at this point, and ABAX will be taken down. The 900 coin investment out of the Mini Uzi is paying off. Now, Shiryu only need to deal and chase against Russia. CQC, it doesn't matter. You have the better weapon in that fight. And Secret WAG, another back and forth, won by the Vietnamese.
Unfortunate, because Russia did everything right. He found PLS1, the sniper of the team. He instantly rejoins his team and then disappears again into the back line. But Secret WAG, they stuck to their guns and decide to just run down the front line so that Russia gets isolated. That's exactly what they did, and it paid off big time. Like you said, the Mini Uzi investment in CQC, so much more valuable than the G36.
Yeah, well, now 1,000 coins for G36 being taken by a couple of players from EVOS Divine, and that Parafal. Well, Parafal has been increased from 1,400 to 1,600, so hopefully this pays off for EVOS Divine. 7 almost being taken down. Triblands away into the Painted Refuge, and because of the smoke, he's not going down. He's going for the hack and slash, trying to chase against another player, but Tikui a little bit too late, and Aim God will be taken down. Tikui, who managed to keep the dream alive, now gets the 2 point.
Pretty tough when the enemy has a Cassie on their end. Tikui gets to keep his teammates alive while simultaneously dished out damage. I think EVOS might have tunnel vision a bit too much there, especially when they're going in literally blind to the smoke. Well, EVOS Divine take the lead right now. Well, Secret WAG, excuse me, they take the lead, 2-1.
Well, we've seen this before. Now it's EVOS Divine. Let's see if they can this time be taken out because of this. They're now going in a full-blown push. Lastia does have the elevation, does have a great weapon at AC-80, but unfortunately, Secret WAG knows exactly what angle to take. They're rushing in straight into Russia. Even 9-7 almost being taken down. Only need to step a few of those stairs to get away from a headshot. 9-7 will try to go in for a fight against ABAX and still unable to get that elimination.
Yeah. And Secret WAG now will have to find a contingency plan without Coda. That means no intel gatherer. You have to by process of elimination or maybe even go in blind. And those glue walls from EVOS not making it any easier. The EVOS just needs to be patient. They have Russia holding the side entrance. They see a cross from Shiveru too. Oh, 9-7 basically left alone in the front line.
Getting tough. But 9-7 might be able to pull this off. But unfortunately, he got off guard by Aim God, and with the fire rate coming from the MP5, little chance for him to survive. And let's see if Shiryu will be able to wait out on that. Chase Splitter tries to go in front line, but it's Russia who managed to land the final blow. And it is EVOS Divine now back in the catch-up game.
Again, another multi-pronged attack from EVOS Divine. Obviously, this round, they already had the man advantage from the get-go, but they also caught the timing of Secret WAG when they were not prepared to take the fight. The rest, pretty much history. Throw bodies at Secret WAG, overwhelmed them with numbers.
Let's see now. We are on Clock Tower right now. And we've seen a lot of plays being done right here. Not from Secret WAG, but also a Vietnamese squad wherein they often take that high ground or the third floor and then go for the rooftop. And it's EVOS Divine who have an opportunity to be able to pull that off. But let's see though. No, they managed to go and squeeze themselves in. Not even taking the stairs. They made their own stairs and take that third floor. Smart move coming from Secret WAG. But unfortunately for 9-7, steps out into the open a little bit too early. That gave the potential for EVOS Divine to knock them out.
Yeah, and again, it's another case of EVOS Divine. They have the numbers now. It's time to go in for the spray down. Shivryu. And he bring this round back. So many gun barrels pointed at him. Ingon somehow is able to maneuver PLS1. Finally, he goes down, but a little bit too late. PLS1 brings it to a 1v1. Can he find the clutch here? The Hellbar doesn't favor him. It's him against Ray. And Ray with an ace to give EVOS Divine the lead.
Ray doing magic right there. Look at that. I mean, Ray was just in the other side, one side of that building and waiting for everyone to fall through those windows. And he's just taking at the outside perimeter of this compound, trying to isolate himself from the rest of the squad. In the moment that he spots one, just tell the rest of the squad, go ahead, take them. I go solo on the edges and manage to pull it off. G36 on a CQC, no aim down, no problem for Ray.
This is the third ace we've seen today. The day of individual brilliance. And that's going to be the confidence for EVOS Divine. How far can they take this? And G36 in hand. Right up in the faces of WAG. Ray again continues off of the tempo that he has established in the previous round. Takes up PLS1. Man, PLS1 has not had a game at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, being forced to go in CQC, especially strength would be in long range, but Ray once again might be able to get off, catch, and then off guard. But Russia and Aim God deals with him. And I'm seeing the pattern right now that Ray has been doing. Tikui, though, he does have an opportunity to take the high ground, but I think Sheryu is also seeking for help. Abax managed to be tagged up, thus he provides the information where the opponent is. But unfortunately, Russia switch over to Mini Uzi and still get that point. So it's 4-2 is scoreline right now.
EVOS, I think I'm starting to feel like they are running away with the series already. This is the kind of EVOS that is probably scariest one we've seen so far, especially when you have sort of an advantage over the opponents in terms of just the state of mind, right? Like PLS1 still sub 1,000 total damage dealt in 5 and 6 rounds. Really hasn't gotten anything going for himself.
Well, let's see now. Now that he has a 4K investment on the AWM, let's see if he'll be able to land those shots, because I think this is what he has been waiting for. But 7, distraction against Aim God and Ray. Sheryu a little too close. They go for the flank, and Aim God will be taking him out. This one I'm talking about. PLS1 and AWM. But unfortunately, Sheryu will be tagged up as well. But it seems like Secret WAG already have this in the bag. Abax, no clutch for him, and they are rushed right now. There you have it, Secret WAG for a comeback. And from what we've witnessed, the key factor is that AWM on PLS1's hand.
A major investment. It was a make or break, and PLS1 made it count. And that's exactly what's been missing, right? PLS1 being able to be a participating factor in the game itself. EVOS this time sort of let their guard down just a little bit. But I would say Ray's having a fantastic game so far. The M590 in hand already. 8 eliminations and counting.
See, Ray might be the ones who need to go flank away from this front line. But Aim God is already assisting him. But Tikui, as well as Nan. So both of them is on a sustainability run right now in the front line. They're just baiting everyone in the crosshairs of PLS1. Shiryu's trying to go on the other angle, but he might be able to catch Aim God off guard. M5 and 90. Unfortunately, Time Turner does save Aim God, and that Flame Mirage will throw their position away.
Shiryu actually gets tagged down to very low. And all this while, we have no idea where Rasha is just yet. He hasn't been required to participate, sitting in the back lines and waiting for the perfect moment with the AWM primed and ready. WAG, they might be forced to peek out and a bit too far. The rest of EVO is trying to fish for some agency. PLS1 gets the confirmation on the one, but Aimgo instantly finds the trade back. And now PLS1, he's in the smoke. Ray with the second on the Tikui. Members on both sides are low. Shiryu finds the trade, and that is it. Aim God with the shutdown there. EVOS Divine, 5-3.
Yeah, 5-3 right now, and we thought Secret WAG will be getting this, especially the first blood or first knockdown is against Russia that we don't know of. So PLS1 was just on that rooftop trying to step in and out of just make sure that he will not be sniped out. The moment he anticipated where Russia will be, that's where everything started. But in the front lines, EVOS Divine know exactly where they were positioned, even PLS1. Thus, they can make that jump and then shoot at him. Well, look at this split right now. Coming from EVOS Divine, no one on the back line, just ABAX in the front and the rest for the flank.
Secret WAG needs 3 more rounds. They saw EVOS Divine pull off the comeback. Can they do it themselves here? ABAX is dancing in the smoke, but the glue wall makes a difference. Ooh, Painted Refuge blocks the utility. But that's one denied from EVOS side. Might have found out where Russia is. He does have the Shade Splitter to get out of harm's way. Things get dicey, and the Cyber Point basically locked down by ABAX. He's refusing to let this compound go.
Russia, high ground. Will you be able to tag up Shiryu? No confirmation, no knockdown just yet, but another one coming from Russia. Now, will he be able to at least lead the squad to go against them? Russia will be tagged up on the other side by Nan7. But Nan7 in trouble. Ray managed to deagle his way into that fight. And Shiryu couldn't participate because he's low on HP. And this might be it. Aim God trying to go for the push. And Russia goes for the headshot. They get the win in this fight. And EVOS Divine, phenomenal game.
The Indonesians wave goodbye to the Spring Battle Royale champions of FFWS. One step closer to glory. They've already gotten further than they did in the last season where they bowed out in the quarterfinals. Now they have locked in lower bracket semifinals and will be slated to take on GamxPE later on. Oh, we'll see if they can become the Vietnamese Slayers tonight, or will GamxPE prove to be too much an obstacle. But clearly, EVOS Divine, they were the better team in that series. Secret WAG just couldn't get their foot off the ground on map 2.
Yeah. I mean, we thought that they have it already. They have a good plan against EVOS Divine. But the adjustment that's being done right now, there's a pattern that was built in the beginning, and that's where Secret WAG was trying to bank on. And then towards halfway of the first game, like going back to the first match that we have, that was a pattern that EVOS Divine was baiting them in until the final moment where they managed to catch up on a point and take it away from them. Even in the second game, like Secret WAG is trying to find that pattern, but now EVOS Divine knows exactly what they have to do. Even without double sniper setup, they just need to either split up too thin so that only one will be spotted and then they can bait them in, or go as a group and then go for that bait and switch.
Yeah, I think in totality, it's just Game 1, I think the comeback really gave EVOS Divine that big confidence that they need, right? And Game 2, they were just a lot more solid in the execution. Russia, he was locked in, and I think Shiryu's biggest nightmare that he talked about sort of came true, that Ray was able to just bust into the backline and really wreak havoc. And Secret WAG, unfortunately, just did not have the solution to deal with, EVOS' aggression and just Russia being on form.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Russia is already on form. We thought the PLS1 might be able to bring the comeback onto Secret WAG's side because of that AWM. Managed to pull it off once, but the stack of not only weapons but also Aim God's Orion that has been the trouble in this fight, and Ray, who is making sure that everyone will have a good path to take as they go in each approach, was just so difficult to catch up, to deal with right now for Secret WAG. Even ABAX managed to sustain solo missions in the middle because of what he is bringing to the table, like a time turner, and this was just a difficult puzzle to solve for Secret WAG.
Yep, and this is how interesting, right? Because I honestly was expecting to see a WAG, or I hoped for a WAG GamxPE matchup, but now with EVOS here, it might get a bit more dicey. I think EVOS have a good shot against GamxPE, but again, just based off of what we've seen so far throughout the tournament, I still think GamxPE is the superior team. And unless EVOS can continue to lock in and activate Russia in that upcoming series, and GamxPE have no way to stop them, I still think the Vietnamese have an upper hand.
Well, let's see now. I mean, I'm thinking of the same thing. GamxPE does have the upper hand. It's not the first time that they're rolling with this. And even Divine, though, hell, I don't know. This is still a question mark for me on how much homework they've done. Probably they're just not showing that they made that attempt. But really, they're only doing it in the fly. But compared to what we've seen in GamxPE, they're studying everyone out of this play. With the potential of them fighting against EVOS Divine, definitely they have more to look into now that they are ending up on the next battle.
Yeah. And I think, EVOS, slightly lesser time to prep for this. I'm pretty sure with GamxPE, watching that series might be a surprise to them as well, but we're gonna celebrate. We talk about Ray as the highlight, and he's gonna be MVP of this game. He was the sidekick to Russia in Game 1, and in Game 2, he became the main character with 10 eliminations and 10 assists for the G36.
Yeah, well, he is also the flame user in this fight, the Flame Mirage. We've seen a great lens for him to be able to make sure that the angle that he's taken with that Flame Mirage was just perfect, as well as the range, the distance that it takes him. And also, if needed to go for a fight, especially with that G36 that he's using, he needs a little bit of reload speed from that Nikita's Firearm Expert and Shani's Gear Recycle as well, because he's on front line. So you need a little bit of shield points on his side, especially if he's not with Apex on that time turner. But for additional help for Raskia, he also brings in that Moko. And with that Rocky, he can pull a couple of Ignis Flame Mirage in each round. So I'm really, really loving that. I'm really loving that it's a different player from EVOS Divine right now. It's not only the Wonder Kid who's popping off.
Yeah, this EVOS reminds me of the EVOS from last year when they're at their best, right? I think this is sort of like when everyone is able to do their jobs properly. Obviously, mechanics aside, they are definitely the cream of the crop. But I think it's just the execution, the coordination there. When you have a team that is willing to cover for each other, and I think it primarily comes down to how Ray and AimGod works together, right? They're able to work together well enough to create a space for Russia to sort of operate independently.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, I'm really loving that this is happening right now. We have been asking for this because in most instances, it's just a Russia show. It's just a Wonder Kid doing wonderful things right now, but we are seeing the adjustment. Probably they also felt that pressure already from the earlier parts or from the group stages up until this elimination stage, and we saw that growth already even from yesterday. Now, it's they will have to go with sustainability and stamina because they are going back-to-back games. And this time was just the end against Secret WAG. Later, it will be against GamxPE. I'm just trying to look into the details of this fight as well, if they have faced against each other. But again, it's GamxPE who might have the advantage, so they need to hustle double time for EVOS Divine.
They definitely have to. And this time, Secret WAG put up a slightly, I think, better fight in terms of just finding those shots in, but they are clear weaklings, right? In a way where they were not allowed to do their jobs. PLS1 is unfortunately a victim of that. He was getting completely hunted down by Russia, and we saw Secret WAG sort of swap their approach. They understood that Russia was a threat, but they also made sure that they're able to cover their base, and that's why we saw them won the earlier rounds. But as the round went late, and Russia started, warming up. We see the AWMs getting pulled out, and Ray started getting those big eliminations. PLS1 was sort of like the determining factor of whether WAG has a chance or not, because most of the rounds they had to play without him.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tough right now. Forcing your sniper to go in CQC. And that is probably one reason why a lot of snipers, when jumping into Clash Squad, is trying to go for a double role. We've seen Maal make that change. We've seen, well, not Moshi, but some of the squads right here to go for a switch on a frontliner to a backline. But there's just that feature as well wherein you need to make that adjustment because it's not Battle Royale. You don't have that much of distance that you can capitalize on. But let's see though, onto the bracket. And again, we say goodbye to Secret WAG as they lost that fight. And we introduce a battle between EVOS Divine against GamxPE for later on.
And this is going to be a blinder of a series. And whether you're a GamxPE fan or you're an EVOS Divine fan, either way, there's going to be some history is being made here, right? Where the GamxPE makes it again to the lower bracket final tomorrow, and we might see a bit of a rematch between them and AJL, or even a new match against RQ Kazu, or maybe EVOS Divine will set the new record for one of their Clash Squad journeys.
Yeah, I mean, first time we saw this battle of EVOS Divine against GamxPE was a 2-1 scoreline favoring GamxPE. And there was one game wherein they left EVOS Divine on a 6-0 scoreline. And then the next time, it was just like GamxPE taking both games of the best of 3 away from EVOS Divine. So still, GamxPE has a better chance in paper based on the past, but they haven't faced against each other on this competition, on the summer season. So this might be something that might throw off whatever homework GamxPE has made, because EVOS Divine is looking like they're just not giving so much information, especially on gameplay. It's only in this few seconds that we've seen them really focus in these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes it a bit more interesting later on as well, because of the fact that, like you said, right, they haven't really ran into each other at any point of the tournament thus far. So this is going to be the first sighting. Last season, they were paired in the same group, and I think it was a GamxPE that sort of made it to the upper bracket, and EVOS had to do a lower bracket run, and then they got eliminated in the quarterfinals. But this time, it's going to be a fresh slate, and this is where we're at right now. But both teams are coming off of huge momentum, especially EVOS Divine, who got a 2-0. And I mean, I say that, but GamxPE just took out BRU, so I think both squads are going to be feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, that's important as well. Feeling good, because at some point, if you're stressed out, even before the game started, that's already something that might throw off your game. And there's a lot of fight that might be happening, or in-game fighting that might be happening even before the game starts. But we're going to hear a few words coming from our Booyah takers in this game. So we're going to bring it over to EVOS Divine and what they have to say. And let's bring it to the interview.
Kalau perbedaannya, kalau dari kitanya nih, dari tim EVOS, mungkin latihan CS kita lebih intens saja bang daripada season kemarin. Kalau season kemarin kita mungkin agak jarang latihan di Clash Squad ya. Kalau di season ini kita udah mulai hampir setiap hari lah latihan Clash Squad. Ya kita percaya diri lah, 99% lah. Kita bakal berusaha buat balas kekalahan kita yang kemarin lah. Karena kan mau gimana juga kan, PE termasuk tim kuat juga kan di Clash Squad. Dia merupakan tim yang barbar lah. Jadi kita agak susah lah buat mikir di in-game-nya. Pesan untuk PE mungkin kasih keras aja lah. Kasih keras buat kasih pertunjukan yang seru lah buat di pertandingan kita nanti. Semoga kita sama-sama berusaha semaksimal mungkin.
You heard it. Words of encouragement and some fighting words from Ray as well. But I got to sidetrack a little bit. Whoever has to clean up the chalk on the sofa, hard work to you. It is not easy to get those chalk out from the fabric. Either way, EVOS Divine, they understood that you know, they're 99% confident, and I like it already. But they also acknowledge the fact that GamxPE is a team that really goes ham. You know, they really ramble things sometimes, and it's not going to be an easy fight, but they're ready.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm really loving as well that we're seeing that they've also done some preparations, comparing judging from what happened from last season. So this is just what we expect coming from the squad, especially if they will be participating in Clash Masters. So hopefully, GamxPE will be able to bring the fight against EVOS Divine, because I guess EVOS Divine is ready. But despite of how ready they are, we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, that battle will happen. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
The 9th anniversary party is about to start! Whoa! Looks like you guys really couldn't wait, huh? Alright, let's get this started! The 9th anniversary is here, and the rewards are ready to party! Complete tasks, earn tokens, celebrate, and unlock milestone rewards all the way to the grand prize! This time, you can get an ultra-stylish male bundle and a super cool vehicle skin, so don't miss out! Jump in through the event entrance and explore the brand new 9th anniversary party lobby! There's a ton of fun stuff to do here! Fight your way to become the champion of the arena, or hop onto the dance floor and follow the lead dancer! The fun doesn't stop there! Team up with another player for a hilarious piggyback battle! Grab wacky items such as the big hammer, or turn into a giant or a mini character. Don't miss out on the awesome free anniversary rewards either, including a special backpack skin designed and voted by all of you. Factory is also getting a 9th anniversary makeover. If you're in Bermuda, make sure to stop by and enjoy some unforgettable anniversary fun. What surprises does the 9th anniversary have in store for us? First up, more skills can now be enhanced. During a match, you can upgrade your character skills to unlock stronger effects, power up your playstyle, and outplay your opponents. In Battle Royale, you can gain skill boost energy by surviving, getting eliminations, and dealing damage. In Clash Squad, skill boosts become available at the start of later rounds, giving you more ways to adjust your strategy as the match heats up. Some skills will have 2 boost options, while others get reduced cooldown time. And if that's not exciting enough, we're also turning up the heat with Weapon Awakening. In Battle Royale, Weapon Awakeners can be obtained during the final battles, and may also show up in places like arsenals. Use them to give your weapons a major power boost for the endgame. Best of all, almost all weapons can be awakened, so you can stick with the one you love and power it all the way to Booyah! Over in Clash Squad, perk points will replace cyber points. You can use them to unlock perks like awakened weapons, armor, buffs, and more in the CS store. The match result page will also show the skill boosts and buffs chosen by both teams, so you can see exactly how each side built their advantage. There's even more 9th anniversary fun packed into your matches. During the event, random anniversary quests will pop up in certain areas across the map. Complete them with your team, and you can grab great loot right from the quest spot, along with upgrades to nearby vending machines, revival points, and even buffs. You might be collecting anniversary fragments, reforging a giant sword, or bouncing high into the air to grab coins. Sounds fun already, right? In Battle Royale, surviving with your team is easier too. During the event, you can revive teammates right where they were eliminated, so your team can recover faster and jump straight back into the action. Just remember, this revival chance is limited. And of course, we've got some extra fun for you and your friends. Toss a coin jar to create a special coin zone. Then hop in, dance, and claim coins together. You can even grab the rewards yourself. And after an awesome elimination, celebrate with a quick fist bump when a teammate is nearby. Come on, survivors. The party's better with friends. And here are the other character skill adjustments. And let's check out the changes.
Yeah. Well, it's a great evening for Clash Squad. That is what Husky is saying. And we're really excited on what's going to happen right now. Again, we've seen 2 matches already. We've eliminated 2 teams already. And now we will be seeing another squad being taken out. But back in the desk, I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my nephew, Husky. And we'll be your casters for this last game.
Well, your lip reading skill has improved by tenfold since we last worked together. But yes, I mean, it's great. This is the first matchup for EVOS between EVOS Divine and GamxPE. And it's been a long time coming, right? Last time they met, GamxPE actually took the dub over EVOS Divine. And that was in the group stage of spring. And they never really got to meet again in the playoffs because unfortunately they were set on different paths. But now, with defeating Secret WAG earlier on, EVOS Divine now faces the final boss of the Vietnamese region.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Vietnam has brought that trophy to their side already. And they're like GamxPE is on the same run, the lower bracket run. So we're going to see though, but based on our prediction, I'm looking at a 2-0 right now. And you are seeing a 2-1 on the scoreline. Still, both of us are seeing GamxPE to be on the upper hand.
Yeah, I think overall GamxPE just has a better better chance in terms of what they have shown so far throughout the entirety of the summer season, right? Like, we've already known them to be very good at Clash Squad. I mean, they are a spring champion, so there's also an accolade to add on top of that. But with how they have been winning their games, especially the games that they have been winning, you can see that this is a team that adapts really, really well, and they are very battle ready. Like, sure, they lost to AGL yesterday, but it wasn't exactly the easiest win for AGL, right? And they just took down BRU. So I think that is one of the biggest contributor to the confidence.
Yeah, just setting the expectation straight. I think it's Husky who predicted 2-0 in favor of GamxPE, and I'm the one who predicted 2-1. But either ways, we're predicting GamxPE to win this fight, and hopefully this is something that would be flipped by EVOS Divine, because we've seen how well they played earlier, even against Secret WAG. But now, let's introduce the lineup of GamxPE, and this is the defending champions of Clash Masters. We have LBT, Zerif, Wangshi, and Siege1, and we've seen how well the MVP Zerif has carried the squad already, but we're not saying that the rest of the squad has done less, because top 4 elimination or top 10 elimination is being taken by anyone from the squad. So this is something that EVOS Divine needs to watch out for.
Yeah, then this is a bunch of superstars that we have seen them really deliver time and time again, you know, even when we highlight Zerif and LBT, and that's exactly what happened. We also saw a great performance from C20 and Huangxi towards the tail end of things, and they're up against a team that is still coming off hot off of a win of Secret WAG. It's EVOS Divine, it's Aim God Apex, Russia, and Ray. And this one is going to be fun. I want to see how GamxPE is going to handle Russia, who throughout the entirety of the summer season, at least for Clash Squad, he has been consistent. It really felt like even on the EVOS Divine's worst days, he does not miss a beat.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I think GamxPE's goal is not just to handle Russia in a front line and like up front. What they might be planning would be to take down the frontliners and leave Russia alone, similar to how EVOS Divine has failed so many times from the past. So That's a good strategy because it's tough really to get close to Rasia, especially if we have a good active skill on him. We tried, or we've seen Secret WAG try that with Tikui on the hunt, trying to chase where Rasia is, trying to look for where he is positioned, but the moment he peeks or get close, he gets knocked down. So I think GamxPE has a read on that, and they just need to deal with the rest of EVOS Divine, ABAX, especially as with Ray, who got the MVP earlier. But let's see, scoreline. I don't think they will be reaching 6-7 because we only have 11 points or 11 rounds right here to deal with. So let's see who's going to get to that 6.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 6 is right, but no 7, no 7. He's trying to avoid being caught eating on cam. Just eat it, come on. Is that an apple?
Yeah, I don't know. But you were talking about chalk, but I think there's a lot of stains that need to be cleaned later on. So
I know Rasha is an eater. We should have seen him take that big bite off of like his dinner like 2-3 days ago. I mean, they lost the series after that, but you know what's important is he eats a lot. But with that being said, we gotta take a look at the map pick coming into this best of 3. We start off with EVOS picking Kalahari, and while both teams taking their best maps. And if we do go to game 3, we will be able to see Nextera for the first time and the last time today.
Well, as you know, I mean, I'm really looking forward to that Nextera map because I think they have an equal advantage at that point. And you did mention that this is a pick of their best map right here, especially for EVOS Divine on Kalahari. We've seen so much of that gameplay being pulled off, though there's a few mistakes that was done, especially in the earlier match wherein they lost a few points in the early parts of that Kalahari. But let's see which would be the bans and picks coming from the squad. And we're seeing Cassie as well as that Santino being taken down. Cassie being taken out by EVOS Divine, and Santino being banned by GamxPE.
That is immediate snap pick on the Steffi for GamxPE. No Santino, no problem. We've seen Rasha play with the Moors, and that's exactly what got to the victory. This could be almost the exact same lineup we saw, right? The Moors, well, aside from the Santino, which is unavailable, but we still get the Orion, the Moors. So instead of Santino, we get the Coda for the side of EVOS Divine. Last time, just now, in fact, they picked the Chrono last. We'll see if that's going to be the case. It seems like EVOS Divine might just get their Chrono if they want to replicate the same lineup.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think the Chronos were viable than the Ignis at this point, and then they can use that later on. But each one with that Nero, again, seldomly picked right now in this current meta, but that Zane in the front line. So it would be a more fortified push being done by GamxPE right now. Imagine with that Zane as well as that Oscar on the front lines, and then if you need some help or some armor, you pull off that Steffi's Painted Refuge. So you might be a little bit buffed up in there if they go for that CQC. But I think ABAX does have the great ideation of what we were talking about earlier, Chrono better than Ignis, because they like, how are you going to pull off that Ignis if you know exactly that they will be faster in the midline?
I think the Chrono is sort of like your only way of truly protecting yourself, barring the Orion, right? Like, but if let's say GamxPE wants to really get in your face, then you sort of want to have the Chrono. There are a lot of things you can do with it, like what we saw just now. The Ace, I believe that, well, not the Ace, the clutch that came out of, was it Secret WAG with the Chrono tap dance? It was against EVOS Divine as well on Kalahari. So there are pretty certain perks to it as EVOS Divine gets their last bite in before they, get things started. Okay, I thought LBT was going for a bite there, but no food on that end.
Well, let's see now. I mean, I was looking at as well as at their loadout, and I was expecting, or I was thinking that they will not be coming in, or EVOS Divine will not be coming in with an enhanced hammer, but it has been a pattern so far. When everyone realized that enhanced hammer has been underrated when it was introduced, now it's GamxPE, who's going in without a team booster. So this has been a signature from Vietnam, and hopefully this doesn't bite them in the end, like same as we saw EVOS Divine bite against those apples. But they're going to start off in Kalahari right now, and this is EVOS Divine going against GamxPE.
Right off the bat, couple of tags already on the members of GamxPE. Rasta, as always, committing to the M500. To get for those one taps. The side drop right in the middle. It's PE Sport that goes for the C1. Yep, at the cost of some health bar. And these Pashas are starting to really accumulate in damage. AimGod with a sneaky pick. Narrow plushie, destroy LBT in the space. Zera comes in for the pincer. AimGod somehow survives of the Crimson Crush and buys enough time for his teammates to come in and get one for themselves. AimGod, he is going above and beyond in this pistol round. And now it's a 2v1, 3v1 EVOS with quite the opener there.
Yeah, I mean, AimGod was just untouchable because he is in an invulnerable state when he goes in for that Crimson Crush. And even with that hack and slash being brought in by LBT, it's tough really to catch him off guard. Especially the weapons that they have at this point. So pistol round is done. GamxPE or rather, EVOS Divine will be getting the first point right now. Let's see if GamxPE will be able to get that 1 point away into the next one when they have better weapons like G36 coming from Siege 1. And there goes Wang Shi being tagged up. AimGod right now using the same weapon as I was calling for.
From max range, Ray somehow finds Zareth. Coming with the ice grenade. LBT attempt to pick up. Rasha found C1. Huang Shi was able to finally backstab Ray, but it took them quite a while. Still, that's good for GamxPE because they needed to get some exchange. Rasha in hiding again, sees Huang Shi, picks him off. The value of the Morse displayed fully through Rasha's gameplay right now. 2-0 lead for EVOS.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. I mean, the Morse this time around, I think probably with the update that we have, or just Rasia, it has been used quite well in switching from that invisible state or that stealth bites to a present state for him to take that shot. Now, as they have better potential for a good flank in this Santa Catarina map, they might be getting another point away from GamxPE. And if I'm mistaken, EVOS Divine is in a position wherein they can get to that second floor of that shipwreck quite easily, but it's GamxPE right now who can get that high ground. But Rasia not really going in for the high ground just yet, tries to go across and will be tagged up by Zerskill.
Huang Shi with the drop down, takes Apex out. AimGod almost goes down, was able to keep himself alive with the Crimson Crush, but unfortunately he doesn't have Fakashauba to work with. And the hunt completed by Situan in the very end. And GamxPE this time a little bit more of a solid execution off of the fact that they were able to find Rastia, right? It seems like that is going to be key, at least against EVOS Divine, until some other opening presents itself. Is to disable Rastia and prevents these early pickoffs, these first contacts that has allowed them to beat Secret WAG just an hour ago.
Well, let's see now. Same map. Switching side, now, like EVOS Divine has, or Rasia has a better chance of getting the high ground faster than GamxPE. But no, he's skipping that bridge. He might be going on the other side, as we've seen earlier, still invisible. But the focus by Siege 1 would be on him. So this is deadly unless he makes that shot. And Cryomine on him, not so much of damage. And Siege 1 is the one receiving so much. And AimGod might be able to go in for the hit. There goes Siege 1 down, but Rasia also being taken down. And Seraph, CQC with max 7. It's a 2v3.
Apex really tried to get some cheeky shots in, but the Chrono Dome just prevents any sort of damage being dealt. Just wasn't in the right position, and Zera finds the cleanup there. The idea from EVOS Divine was actually pretty good. Like Russia gets them to the top of the shipwreck. Yep. Apex and EVOS posted on the other end to provide supportive fire in case C1 fires back, but they took so long that Huang Shi was able to get into position and give Zeref a clear shot onto Rasha. And afterwards, there's this sequence as well. Look at the chrono time turn of position. It was perfectly placed so that EVOS Divine just couldn't get the shots that they want in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, great timing on that time turner as well. But there you have it. I mean, GamxPE still on their ways of always grabbing that cyber point. And look at Seraph right now, also close to the airdrop. Will he be stopped? They're already charging up that airdrop. Even LBT is helping. And AimGod might be taken out with a God Nade coming from Zeref. But the Belly Dash coming to Guy. And even with Ray in there, tries to get away. Wangshi reposition. Speed coming from GamxPE. Leaving Rasia behind. And this is what I'm talking about. If you want to deal with EVOS Divine, don't bother taking out Rasia that quickly, especially with the positions just like this. Just go with the front lines and you can still win it.
That execution was flawless. A two-prong attack plus the narrow plushie. No amount of cover fire from EVOS Divine is going to build any one of them out of that situation. PE Sports, to get the gear running. The freight train has departed the station. And see if EVOS Divine can derail them. It doesn't seem like it's possible so far. Winchester being brought out on both sides. Russia with the initial fire. And these kind of first contacts is really decides whether EVOS Divine can get ahead. But for GamxPE, they have already weathered that storm, and Russia now has to reposition with the stealth bites. And he's in range of C1. LBT sees him. Russia in danger.
Oh, let's see though, even Seraph is shooting at him, and Ray is far away to be able to back him up. But on the other side, we have a 2v2 situation, make that a 2v1-and-1 situation. And AimGod almost being taken down. Orion being switched in, but LBT still got the best of him. Wangshi, CQC, and a VSS. Didn't expect that from this SMG, and I was just commenting on that when Wasana was using it. But let's not take it away from Wangshi. Even with a Winchester, he can switch it up and use it like a shotgun.
And this round is a frustrating round for EVOS Divine. Because everywhere they go, they were spotted out by GamxPE. And everywhere they go, they are getting shot at. Ray with a good one on the C12 with the VSS. But again, no confirmation there. As backup arrives swiftly. Just like the previous round, Russia left to his own devices. And the Wonder Kid can only do so much. 1v4. Peaceful. Not even bothering to go back for the teammate.
Yeah, I mean, no pickup, no problem. Still have the numbers, but I don't know. They're just playing with the timing right now. And this could have been done by EVOS Divine in the beginning. Because at some point, they're always rushing. And that's where they are being brought down, especially with Zeref in the front line. Rasia spotted, and even a stealth, but it's a headshot! And it is Zeref, even as he goes down, managed to pull that off.
Yeah, look at that. Again, it's GamxPE. Solid execution, and this one really figuring out positions of EVOS Divine. Doesn't help that they have the Aurora vision, right? So they know every single where the members of EVOS Divine are at. This round was an impossibility from the beginning. And PE, just as the predictions say, expected, at least from what we've kind of talked about coming into the series, GamxPE, the superior team in terms of odds. And Apex, dangerous stuff there.
I mean, one thing that makes GamxPE a little bit more aggressive in here is across the board, they have a Rocky. So the cooldown of those skills will be quite fast, and they can, like compared to the other when you don't have a Rocky on you, you can only use at least once of those skills. But now they can use a Valiant Dash, given the time to, for recharge for a cooldown, they can use it twice. Now LBT will try to get close. Painted Refuge can be pulled off right now, just save them out of utilities that can be brought in by EVOS Divine. But Apex, a little too close, and onto the edge of the airdrop he goes, and he takes down LBT. Wangshi left alone outside, but the deed has been done. They already have the airdrop points on them, but the loot would be taken by EVOS Divine. Wangshi just trying to defend that area, or at least damage AimGod on the front lines with that G36.
Ooh, Zeref actually able to sneak a shot in. Thank God it's not a headshot onto AimGod. If he's able to pop that Orion just like that, then EVOS will be in, again, another precarious position. But an even state, Luo melted. The nade actually misses. Wangshi back exposed. The one from Main actually ends up saving Huang Shi, but still, he needs a bit of help. See, Tuan pops right with the Winchester, and now they're throwing the plushie. Aimgod is going to get rushed, wins out with his own Winchester. The Chrono Dome keeping him alive for now, but Zeref takes care of business behind the scenes. And it's still Aimgod up against 2. And with the Blue Dome closing in, clutching this seems to be impossible.
Well, let's see though. Aimgod still have that Crimson Crush. Though he's not healing. Doesn't have any meds available on him. But Sichuan a little too quick in the VSS. And it's already match point for GamxPE. And I don't think this is a team that will give any advantage to EVOS Divine to catch up, like in comparison to what we've seen happen to Secret WHE.
Yeah, this one was, I wouldn't say it was decided from the beginning, but it definitely came to a point where PE Esports, again, just landing better shots, right? It really boils down to who was able to kind of identify EVOS' position. And I think overall, it's just GamxPE. They have the right idea. Like this, I think in this, at least in the summer season, they are the ones that utilizes the narrow the best, despite the nerfs. And well, I say that Ray disapproves of that opinion. The pickup will still come through though. Here comes the plushie. He's going to stop Ray from moving forward. They need to take care of it. And that gives time for Zeref to come back up. The Super Bonfire not doing much good for Aimgod as he's forced away. Ray plants himself in front of the glue wall now looking for a swing, but it's a 1v2. They force out the dome. He's going to block that grenade. As it goes wise on the other side of the wall, Ray really wants to get a takedown because Rasha has already done his part on the Huang Shi. As the glue wall drops down, C-Tron with the Winchester fights Rasha, but Zeref fighting back hard and making sure that this one stays even. Attempt to pick up onto Aimgod by Ray, and that will be successful.
Well, it's a good thing that even without a helper bot, he managed to go for a pickup. Ray right now going in for a clutch, but up close and personal, Zeref Mag 7 him to the ground. And that's PE Esports getting the first game against EVOS Divine.
As C-Twan with the emote there, the opening round, I thought EVOS had a good chance. I thought EVOS really had a good chance to at least give them one more round, but man, GamxPE again proving that they are still solid. They are consistent in all those executions, and I at one point they were outnumbered, right? Like they were down in health bar, but Zeref really putting in the legwork there in the tail end.
Yeah, I mean, Zeref was just untouchable in there, especially with the Valiant Dash. He can go in, pull a surprise against EVOS Divine, and with that Joseph on him, I think he's not really denied of any movement. And that is one thing that we see quite often, not only out of Zeref, but we're also seeing that from Huang Shi, LBT, because we know that EVOS Divine will try to use some utilities to nerf them, to slow them down. But that's just the flip of the script. If you have the silver spoon on you, it even makes you move faster. So that's why PE Esports was just running and gunning there against EVOS Divine.
And I think EVOS Divine, this is one of the few rounds that I think they came in prepared. I think they were doing well, but GamxPE was outclassing them, right? And even though I think EVOS Divine has some pretty decent ideas, it's when it comes up to the utilities usage, right? The execution, GamxPE, you can see the preparation that they made, right? The way that they chain the utilities together, the plushie usage from the Nero is the cryo mine, so well done. It really felt like the nerf didn't really matter to GamxPE.
Well, let's see now. I mean, I'm trying to decipher what EVOS Divine is also bringing to the table. Yes, we know the active skill, but they're trying to go with the speed that GamxPE will be bringing to the table. Thus, in terms of passive, they also brought in a double on that Kelly for both Aimgod and Ray. So the ideation is both Aimgod and Ray will be quick into that, in the middle of or center of the map, so that they can try to deny them of using or probably getting all those airdrop points. But it's because of the airdrop points as well that gave GamxPE more of the firepower that they need in this fight, and that's where EVOS Divine started to falter. Together with the plan of just denying them the frontliners and dealing with Russia towards the end, wherein usually it's Russia that needs to be dealt with in the beginning, but it doesn't matter for GamxPE.
Yeah, it really felt like, for EVOS Divine, they were getting sort of pulled around a little bit, right? Like even this final round, where it felt like EVOS Divine had a good chance. We saw, and then there was the cogworks behind the scenes where Rajak is taken out, and here it really felt like there was a pretty good chance, but unfortunately, Esports just pulled through. Even this last execution, I honestly thought that EVOS is going to have one more chance at this. They even had an advantage at one point, but they just could not get through Zverev, who was holding the front with his life.
Yeah, that's one thing though. I mean, they don't have the Baling and Dash on their side. They do have that Orion. But for Valiant Dash, Zverev once again grabs an MVP for himself. 10 elimination, 3,801 in damage, and 4 on the assist. And I was just talking about that Joseph, as well as Shani and Nikita combination that he's using into the table. And he's not the only one who has that Rocky as a pet. Everyone across the board for GamxPE has that Rocky that reduces the cooldown of their skills.
And 10 eliminations and the AWM was what...
AWM?
Yeah, well, I mean, what they needed, right? I'm surprised that Zero at the AWM for sure. But I think GamxPE is also one of the few teams that is willing to really invest in the AWM just because they feel so confident, right? And speaking of confidence, we know that they when they feel too good about themselves, they start, letting it slip a little bit. Now, the other question is, can they close it out 2-0? Or will them, getting too comfortable give EVOS the opening that they need? Because they just want EVOS' map pick.
Yeah, exactly. And look at the scoreboard right now. Well, at least Wang Shi once again is catching up on Seraph right there. I'm trying to think about that AWM. And because of the elimination that's being brought in by Zverev in these games, he might be the one rich enough to purchase that for the rest of the squad, and then he just give it away to Sichuan later on. So that's just a possibility that we have right now, because we've seen Sichuan as well dealt a lot of shots with that AWM. But speaking of which, I think that's a weapon that was denied from Russia, given that he have positional advantage, but he's also in a position wherein, if we go seasons back, that is the failure of the squad in Clash Squad, because he's always left behind. The rest of the squad is just going in front lines, and that's what GamxPE is playing with elimination.
Yeah, the total stats tells us a very dominant story from the side of GamxPE. 10 for Zverev, Wang Shi getting 7, and LBT is the big support this time. 1.5k damage, but rocking an 11 total assist. So overall, it's just, again, the roles are very much defined on both ends. But PE Sports, it feels like at least what we've seen from them throughout the entire summer season for Clash Squad is all of them not only do their main roles well, but they can interchange.
Yeah. Well, look at that. I mean, at this point, Russia might have been nerfed a little bit because of what GamxPE has done. And we're looking at the top 2. Like, out of the teams right now, Russia is the second in terms of elimination. Zverev would be the first. The difference of their score in terms of total elimination out of the games they played is 8 elimination. So Zverev was just aggressive. And imagine, they're coming from different roles. One is a rusher, one is a sniper, but still how close they are on that regard. And I think GamxPE understood that already. For EVOS Divine, the key factor is to eliminate Zverev, but with what move Zverev has pulled off in that Kalahari map, it's difficult to say if they can pull it off.
Yeah, it's very hard to get rid of him as well, because they have some very very standard strats, right? Very moves that they have already choreographed a million times, where they always send Zverev +1 to the front, they put up the blue wall, they set up base, and they always want to be the first to get there. But when you try to flush them out, or when you try to rush them, there's always the narrow you have to worry about, right? And Zverev, if he gets the Oscar, it feels weird to try and rush it, because he can counter engage on you, and you never really know when PE is gonna make that call. And I think that was the challenge that EVOS Divine ran into in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tough right now, tougher and tougher to call if EVOS Divine has a chance, still has a chance. But it's a good thing that EVOS Divine is still chill after that loss, and it's not even a close loss. So I don't know, this might be part of their plan. We've seen this earlier when EVOS Divine lose 1 and then wins 2 back-to-back. But it's with Xerath and, well, not just Xerath, but with GamxPE in front of them. They want to defend their championship title. They want to do it once again. But I want to throw a few more of comparison between Xerath and Razia, because when it comes to Clash Squad, what is important is the first blood. And I think the average first blood that has been brought in by Razia is even more than Xerath right here. So that's an advantage that they have. But looking at the rest of the squad, it's not only Xerath who managed to pull it off. So 1.75 on the average first blood that Xerath has. Wang Shi got 144. So it's either Wang Shi or Xerath who can pull it off, and they can start those fights.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that also speaks volume on what's sort of like the main anchor for the team, where we've, repeated time and time again that when you look at EVOS Divine, Razia, he's consistent. He's the one getting first contact. He gets the first blood. The team wins the round. Whereas for GamxPE, you have multiple reliable members, right? And I think the average that they're pulling off means that you are not just relying on, you are not primarily relying on one person, but let's say they lose Xerath early on, you still have the rest of the team to back them up. But for the side of EVOS Divine, when you lose Razia in the backline, then the weight becomes heavier for the rest of the team, where I think in terms of firepower here, I would go with PE Esports a bit more than EVOS Divine.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, let's see though. Starting with the draft right now, so EVOS Divine doesn't want that Cassie to disrupt any of the damage dealing with, and for PE Esports, they don't want to give any any advantage to Razia with that Santino. So since they couldn't take it to their side, they just ban it. But it also gives Aim God an opportunity to grab that Orion once again. But from what we witnessed earlier, it doesn't matter at all, because Xerath is still using or still getting that Valiant Dash that proves to be deadlier in the front line.
So much deadlier, in fact. We are going to get that Ignis and the Coda this time for PE, and EVOS going for the A124 as a very good deterrent to PE's utility. But of course, PE have their own defensive mechanism in the Pain and Refuge of Steffi. This should be a chrono pick again for EVOS Divine. I don't see any other alternatives there. So I think this A124 is going to be important in solving one of the problems that they have dealing with GamxPE in game 1, which is trying to break through Xerath's front.
I do agree. I mean, if like there was one instance earlier in Kalahari wherein if it wasn't for the Valiant Dash, EVOS Divine could have taken out Xerath already. And they were just waiting for their skills to cool down. But with the A124, and this is, I'm pretty sure there will be a switch, or probably not, Razia and the A124. So this only means that Razia will be part of the group in the front line. He would be joining them, not so much of a need of reposition. And I think he saw already the Morse is not working for him. So why not fortify that front push, knowing that they also have that Ignis as well as Steffi, if in case they need some blockage of information or to get more armors in the front line. So I'm looking forward to what EVOS Divine will going to play with this, and Razia is one of those who can switch up even on a sniper, even on a marksman with those CQCs.
Okay, one last hurrah for EVOS Divine here as they head into Bermuda, which will be EVOS PE Esports map pick and one of the best performing maps in the entire Clash squad. They lose here, the journey ends prematurely for EVOS Divine. But if they win, they get to stop the two-peat of GamxPE.
Well, let's see now. Razia already on the front line as expected because of the skill that he have. But Aim God on the flank. Now, well, he will be able to probably tag up Wang Shi. But at least they know information. But Apex will be taken down. Now here comes LBT. Crimson Crush being pulled off. LBT almost being taken down, but Aim God triggered at Crimson Crush another time.
Yeah, and Zeref just takes that opportunity to swing the corner and take out Rasha. Instead, just ignore the Orion. And the 3-piece there for the young blood of GamxPE. Zeref again putting in the work. Look at that. Takes the 1v1, blows up Ray, isolates Rasha, keeps him pinned down. And I mean, you just gotta suck as Rasha. There's nothing you could have done that he could have done better against Zeref with that Oscar right in front of his face.
And one thing I'm seeing out of GamxPE as well, they're not really deterred if in case one of their players got knocked out. We see that earlier. Each1 is on the ground. There's an opportunity for a pickup because it's a 1v4 or 1v3, but that they're not phased at all. What they're focused on is the position of their opponents and how to deal with that. And that is one of the strengths of GamxPE right now. But that Flame Mirage dead smack to where EVOS, Ray, and Abax is. And it gives an opportunity as well for Zeref to go for the backstab, but they still in distance. And Rasia with a Deagle spots him head on and brings him down.
Yeah, revenge right there. The Deagle always reliable in Russia's hands. And then the rest of the EVOS, they had the investment in G36. They paid out big time. No losses recorded. A perfect round for the Indonesians.
Well, let's see now. I mean, it's 1-1 on the scoreline right now. And with this, I think it's a better win for EVOS Defy. They forced Bai into that G36 as well as the Thompson. Or probably the Thompson was stolen away. But at least they have better weapons. And now they're stepping in here with even more economy. So they can stack up on their armors, helmets, and all. And they also have some utilities in glue walls and grenades as well. So let's see if Ray can pop that grenade. Dead smack to where GamxPE will be positioned. But looking at GamxPE, it's a 2-2 split right now. And I think they're trying to look for Rasia again.
Abax hiding the smoke too. Flaming Rush comes through. Aim God is going to be exposed. Abax still very much healthy. Aim God already used the Crimson Crush, but I don't think PE knows it yet. And able to find a spray on the LBT. Ray taps Huangshi on the head. And that's 2 down from PE. Zeref able to find 1, but unfortunately doesn't really have the health bar to get himself out of that situation. Russia will chase out the last member of GamxPE here. The EVO is guaranteed to take the lead 2-1.
Well, that's one thing though. I think they're using Rasia as a bait right here. Just to force one of the players to pull away from that B line. And look at that, Rasia trying to defend himself. Not even focus on where Sichuan is. He just see Wang Shi and then dealt with it. And the final moment, he just have a jump against Wang Shi. And now they have more and more to fight with, especially with that level 3 MP5, and they also have an airdrop point, cyber point to their side. So this forces GamxPE to buy some of those Thompsons, and we've seen this used quite well, and this might be a turnaround that can be brought in by the Vietnamese team.
And very quick tags onto Zeref too. He's down low, needs to heal back up LBT, and somehow LBT wins that fight from the low ground and finds an instant conversion. GamxPE hit it back twice as hard. Rasia the 1v1 against Zeref, but it's a 3v1. And yeah, Rasia not really sure what he can do in this state. Trying to heal back out with a super bonfire, but that's pretty much it. The rest of GamxPE will chase him down.
Well, let's see now. I mean, they're playing with timing right now. Look at the position of GamxPE in the middle. It's similar to what we've seen early in one of the games that we have between Buriram United against GamxPE, wherein they're prioritizing on the middle. If in case of blue close in, then at least they will not be forced by Sichuan. Try to dance around with Rasia. Rasia do have a Thompson in hand, but LBT just dashes in. And there goes the side. And Ian Rasia right now being taken out unexpectedly with a different weapon. I was expecting just a gun to shoot him down, but that's just rubbing into his face.
Yep. Again, it was sort of done and dusted when Huangshi got the tap in a 2v1-2 from the low ground. Okay, just superior mechanical skills. Zeref clocking in 1.5k damage already. Rasia still hires 1.8k despite everything that has happened.
Yeah, I mean, a chase of numbers still on between these two players. But let's see how it's going to work right now. Clock Tower EVOS Divine, closest run. They have a glue wall, but no, delayed. Siege 1 already on the ground, on the top. And Zeref and LBT trying to deal with them up close and personal. Sight is being sighted in the middle with LBT, but Rasia blind shooting through the smoke and still couldn't catch them.
Yeah, LBT is swinging wildly. Oh, so close. Finally, he gets one as the smoke dissipates. As the chaos clears up, AimGod trying to buy some time. Rain down. LBT traded. But it's GamxPE again that comes out on top.
Let's see. Rasia, Parafal in hand. Trying to get an angle. But no, stuck in the bottom right now. Great chance for a headshot, but Zeref says no. Or Wangshi says no. There goes a finisher. GamxPE taking the lead this time around, but again, it's too early to say that they are going to win. But judging from how they move, how they respond against EVOS Divine, they are in a roll right now. They might be able to get more, especially with how they or what they stolen away from EVOS Divine, and also they have a better chance of getting in the top floor if they opted to do it.
A pure pandemonium, honestly, especially. We saw AimGod go into the Crimson Crush inside the building, and that actually was a minor giveaway to PE Sports that the Orion is nearby. But because he was inside the building, there really wasn't any backup he could provide to the rest of his teammates. So by the time he came out, it was already too late. Oh, AimGod right in the face of C2. It's a 4v1, so can't really expect a different outcome there.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting, most of the time at that point, the moment you get close enough to throw a glue wall, you throw it onto the window. But Zeref right now, once again, the drop shot of a century with that headshot. Now Zeref trying to dance around. AimGod! It is Abax managed to land a blow, and LBT tries to hack and slash, but EVOS Divine wins this, equalizing 3 between the two teams.
That was closer than it should have been. Zeref again. So good. Look at this. What was that? What was that mid-air shot? He even gets into a 1v2 afterwards with Abax and AimGod. But he was too distracted. There were 3 targets. And unfortunately, it's a bit too much for him to handle.
Well, there's one thing now. Now that they are getting the groove of having Rasia with them in the front lines, they might be able to pull this off because it's quite an open field. Unless GamxPE try to get that high ground, and we're seeing Siege 1 already taking it. But same goes with Ray and AimGod. We know the ideation, but Ray being tagged up, almost being taken down. But AimGod with that Crimson Crush. Zeref might be going down, but no, M590 beats him to it. Ray is recovering, so he couldn't go in for the push. But even with that, Siege 1 beats him with that Thompson.
That is unfortunate. Down to a sliver of health. Abax is about to be the next on the hit list. 2v4 Rasia with the AWM, but no target. There is no visible target that he can shoot at.
Let's see. Rasia, if at least he can get a clearing of those glue walls or time the jump coming from Zeref, because Zeref's not healing up. He is only fortifying his armor right there. But Rasia getting an angle, shot on to Siege 1, and a backup on the other side from Abax, but no one's going down just yet. This might seem trouble, and they also identified Abax, who already is on the flank. Rasia takes down Siege 1, but he is also on the ground. Zeref, no recovery for this guy. He's just waiting for Wangshi to deal damage to Abax, but it's not working, especially with the time turner.
Yep, and finally they triple up onto him to bring themselves back in the lead. But I gotta say, Rasia and Abax played at the best they could. Bait and switching, they were constantly pulling and tugging at GamxPE. That 2v4 looked very, very possible. But unfortunately, once Rasia got popped by the M590, somehow from the low ground by, yet again, Zeref, I believe, that it became too much for Abax to do it all alone.
And look at that. I mean, Zeref was hiding out because he's way too low on the health. But the moment that Valiant Dash cooled down and distraction of Wangshi is already triggered, he can just move forward and take a shot, and he didn't even stop. He was running and gunning it with an M590. Now, they go for a Cyber Barricade. Will they be able to use this together with that Painted Refuge? Another Painted Refuge being pulled out. Now this is safety net, and Aim God almost taken down. Needs to get away on that fence and probably heal up, but they're not given a chance to breathe. Avax is even helping them, but Avax goes down first from the hand of Zeref.
I'm not sure if it was panic from EVOS Defy, but they used 2 time turners at once. And there wasn't really much value there. Russia trying to shoot through the smoke to finish off his target, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. Zeref with the surprise and takes 3 piece for himself. And GamxPE 1 round away from continuing their journey into the lower bracket finals.
I mean, this is expected. They will not be slowing down because the moment they slow down, they might be caught off guard by Russia. And even if Russia is primed or set up to be a frontliner, or let's say a midliner with that A124, he's being stuck on the high ground, especially in this part of the map. Like, you have that elevation, so Russia will be itching to get on that high ground, and Sichuan would be a great contender to bring him down. But look at the weapon that Sichuan is bringing. He has an M1887, so he knows ideation that EVOS Divine might be dealing with them in the front line and not giving a chance for Russia to hit him from afar. Why not go with them on a 4-man push?
This time it seems like PE Esports are doing exactly what was proposed. The dome used very early, and Hongji, he's fishing for something.
Stuck.
The opening, the box, the dome drops, and again, man, Zeref, man, this guy's too good. Abaz gets completely blasted through the chest. Soraja gets found, Ring has nothing left. GamxPE continues the run. The lower bracket dream is alive, and a 2-0 over EVOS Divine.
Well, I guess you got your prediction. Your prediction was a 2-0, and once again, the lower bracket run being taken by GamxPE. And I'm really loving this kind of move coming from them. Zeref is one of the most deadliest players that we've seen so far, and he's still proving it round after round, game after game, and series after series.
Yeah, one heck of a player he is for sure. Oh man, we literally were discussing about first contact, first blood rate, right? But Zeref, I mean, now we rush out of the picture. Zeref is going to be the next in line for the remainder of the competition. And tomorrow we're going to go into more dangerous territories, best of 5s instead of best of 3s. And if GAM wants to complete that, GamxPE wants to complete that run, it's 2 best of 5s awaiting them. But they've done it before through that lower bracket. If they do it again tomorrow, they're going to be your first ever 2-peat back-to-back spring and summer champs, and that will be historical.
And now that you mention it, we were talking about Zeref, and one of the conditions right there, especially in the picks of the maps, would be the lone wolf. So definitely Zeref will be in there to fight for their chance to pick the map. So the Zeref show is still on. There's still a lot more highlights that we are going to see out of this guy, and I don't think he will be slowing down. Like, even Wang Shi on the backup on Zeref is always close behind. Like, look at this. GamxPE, Zeref, and Wang Shi looks as if they are the Wasana and Get High of Clash Squad because of how well they are moving with each other, and that was just phenomenal.
And I think it's also just how fast GamxPE can explode, right? And I think a couple of times it was just EVOS getting caught off guard. But again, when we look at the tail end of the second map, it really felt like EVOS Divine was starting to kind of lose their cool a little bit, right? They were layering their abilities a bit too recklessly, I'd say. You know, the double time turner that didn't really brought much value. The usage of the Crimson Crush as well that didn't really bring any value, in that situation. And it just felt like at one point it's every man for themselves because of how much aggression GamxPE was bringing to the table.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, EVOS if I tried that against Secret WAG, like it's a 1-1 man-on-man defense or offense, I would say, man-to-man offense that they're trying to pull up. But GamxPE will not be falling for that, especially in that final moment. You saw how Sichuan even joined the rest of the squad in that front line, in that rush. And he's mostly like on distance, but knowing that this is a final push, they might not be expecting them, and they also know the terrain. giving that position, giving high ground, Russia will always be taken up. And so I would say 95% he will be taking the high ground. And they don't want to deal with Russia or they wait for him to really show up in there. So they went with the rest of the squad in the front line and then dealt with Russia towards the end. And that's how they won in most instances, especially on this map.
And again, we saw EVOS, they brought it to an equal, like 3-3. And then when we start to see GamxPE slowly take over, I mean, look at that. Like, these first contacts with Zverev involved, it feels so impossible because sure he's very aggressive, but it's also how accurate he is in getting the job done. Right, like he's landing some insane shots that don't make sense. Like this last one as well. This one's a bit of a fault on EVOS' side. You were literally calling it out, right? Like eventually EVOS is gonna start losing ground, but they committed to it, and then GamxPE, they were like, okay, you want to give us a round like that? We're gonna go straight for your throat, and indeed. MVP, Zverev, M590, 13 eliminations, 7 assists. This guy, I mean, he is something else, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite sure if we've seen anything this high in terms of elimination. I think this is the highest that we've seen in terms of elimination per round. And that is what Zverev can do. And I do agree with the accuracy they have. Even if he's running, he knows exactly how to time it. As if he's tracking every move, his own movement together with the opponents right here. So it's like a cop on a radar gun. And you need to exactly track where the vehicle is coming. That is Zverev right there with the M590. Even a Valiant Dash. And there was one moment with sufficient backup, he will be unstoppable even on low HP. And that is a threat that has been happening against everyone facing with everyone facing against GamxPE. So let's take a look on what else the rest of the squad. I don't think that Zverev has gotten more than everyone else, or I might be wrong, but yeah, I mean, the average that we have is 6 or 7 right here for the rest of the squad if on MVP's taken a lot, and it's each one who was denied of those elimination in most instances.
I mean, you look at the total stats, right? Just look at this. Like, so we have, 13, 11, 12, 25 total eliminations. Zverev accounts for more than 50% of that. How crazy is that? He accounts for more than 50% of the total eliminations his team has. With 41% damage contribution. Like, you tell me that this guy isn't crazy.
Yeah, is there a bounty that we don't know about? Is there a reward for the highest elimination that we don't know about? Because there seems like to be looking for something extra. I don't know. I might be missing out on some of that, or probably this is just the strength of the squad. Because why not? If you can bring all those elimination in the beginning, and then if in case he goes down early in that fight, at least you secured already a few points, a few knockdowns that can be dealt with by the rest of the squad. And that is what AimGod is trying to do in most instances with that Orion. But I do agree with what you mentioned earlier. The panic play on triggering that Crimson Crush was denying them of finishing off some of the players from GamxPE. Thus, they couldn't go for that finisher. They couldn't go for that confirmation. And it's just unfortunate that it did happen onto EVOS Bio.
Yeah, I think the worst thing is that when you use the Crimson Crush, and then because you used it, the target switches to your teammate, and then your teammate gets knocked down instead. And sometimes, disasters, they do happen. But man, average damage per round, Zverev topping the chart with 507. And as we, give a send off to EVOS Divine, I just want to highlight one more time, Rasha is still the most consistent player on the team. 390.9, despite having just almost an unplayable second half of map 2, he is still putting on numbers, right? He still has 10 assists. He still has almost a 2.0 KD. He still does the most damage on his team. You could not have asked for more from this guy.
Yeah, I do agree. But if they're, again, it's going back to FFWS Clash Squad mode, wherein Russia was just doing most of damaging the opponents. Not even the knockdowns, not even the eliminations. More of just dealing damage and tagging them up, providing information for the rest of the squad. And I think that's even worse from before, because back then, at least Russia is landing those headshots and making sure that elimination is happening, but not this time around. So they're trying to play both sides of the coin right now, wherein Russia is not dependent, like the EVOS Defy is not dependent on Russia anymore. It's trying to give the responsibility in the front line. But once that fails, it always doubled back to Russia, and he's always left alone. And with how aggressive GamxPE is, it's definitely resulting to a loss.
Yeah, and I think even GamxPE, they always dedicate one person to hunt him down, and it's not always T1, right? Sometimes it's Wang Shi.
Yeah.
There's always someone hunting Russia down, or at least making sure that they know where he is, so that they can decide on the next move to do with the rest of his team. And that sort of was the story for the entire series. Russia never really got to catch a break. You know, he's either getting hunted down or his teammates are getting destroyed, and he's struggling to provide any meaningful backup. And in the end, you know, it kind of devolves into every man for themselves, for EVOS Divine at least. And for GamxPE, they get to just basically pick them apart.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I opted, I initially read that situation already out of GamxPE. I was surprised that they managed to pull it off, because I was thinking like they will just be dealing with the rest of the squad and not really prioritizing on eliminating Russia, but preventing Russia and doing so much damage. So let's see though if that's something that will be put in onto conversation. But speaking of conversation, we're going to bring you to GamxPE for the interview, and let's see what they have to hear.
Theo mình thì mình thấy EVOS thì tem 4 người, nhưng mà có mỗi Russia là biết chơi tự chiến thôi. Còn thì các bạn tăng còn lại bắn tự chiến khá là bình thường.
Sau chiến thắng với EVOS thì cả đội đang rất là lửa và hào hứng muốn đối đầu với hai team còn lại ở phía trước để bước tới trận chung kết. Mình muốn gửi đến lời động viên team mình là luôn trong tinh thần không bao giờ buông và luôn suy nghĩ mình sẽ chiến thắng.
Only Russia knows how to play. Everyone else is average. That's one of the statements that you just heard from GamxPE, and to a certain degree, it's agreeable, right? That's what we've been saying the whole time. Russia is consistent. Everyone else, unfortunately, there's a lot more to be desired, and they will. Now they have to prep for the upcoming tournament, which is going to be in 2 weeks' time. So the journey's not over yet for EVOS Divine, at least outside of FFCM, but for GamxPE, it continues in the lower bracket finals. They have survived the best of 3s and have earned themselves the best of 5s. But their opponents will either be AGAL or RRQ Kazu. The loser will face up against GamxPE. The winner will wait in the grand finals for the lower bracket finals winner for another best of 5s, and then we will crown our FFCM summer champs.
Yeah, this time around, it's GamxPE's waiting at a lower bracket run instead of the one being pushed in there. So let's see though, as you did mention, we started off with AGAL going against RRQ Kazu. Whoever will be losing that will be introduced to GamxPE in the lower bracket finals. And those who won the first match as well as the second will be meeting up on the grand finals. Once again, it's a 3-match for tomorrow. But as Husky set the expectation, it will be a longer run, because we're seeing more matches right here between the two teams, or between the teams, as well as how they get their maps. We have Lone Wolf being introduced once again, and I'm just disappointed that I'll be missing out on those Lone Wolves battle.
But I'm pretty sure you're still gonna have a great viewing experience either way in the chat. So we're gonna be waiting for you there. You are going to be the one handling, all our passionate fans there. But yes, we have Lone Wolf to decide the map order, and then afterwards we will have the best of 5s. And GamxPE, another podium finish, another top 3, and I think that itself is impressive enough. I think they're the first team of Vietnam that's able to do a run like this, right? At least in back-to-back seasons. They've won the previous one, and now it seems more and more possible that they are going to have a good chance of becoming the summer champs too.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the potential for a back-to-back championship coming from GamxPE is expected, but also a battle between Thailand and Indonesia, between AGAL and RQ Kazu. But for tonight, we are going to end this game. Once again, I'm Neptune Jammer Garcia, joined by the one and only Husky. And it has been a pleasure, but they will be seen by tomorrow. So hopefully we see you on the grand finals.